minuuttia lähtöön. 12 minuter till starten. 12 minutes to the start. Teams number 1 to 250. Take your positions at the start area. Please take care not to step on the dates while moving in the position at the start area. Please note that each floor consists of 25 competitors. Lamme nummer 1 till 250. Båt era platser i startfållan. Var försiktig med vattnet när ni ställer upp i startfållan. Observera varje återstånd under 5 timmar. Joukkueen numerolla 1 ja eteenpäin. Siirtykää paikoillenne lähtöalueella. Varoitan nauhoja ryhmityttäessäsi lähtöalueella. Huomioithan, että jokaisella rivillä on 25 kilpailijaa. Tarkistetaan tässä vaiheessa, jos on oma paikkanne siinä rivissä. Kurkatkaa sinne kartanjakajien suuntaan ja katsokaa, että oma numero löytyy siitä vähyksestä. Ja sitten katsokaa, että olette numerojärjestyksessä oikealla rivillä. Pienin numero on lähtörivissä juoksusuuntaan nähden vasemmassa reunassa.
Nämä kartan kääntäjät ei enää ole mikään uusi keksintö, mutta tiedätkö, mikä oli viimeinen Jukovajan ennämistä, jossa otettiin kartta sieltä ylhäältä, missä ne olettiin alla?
Nyt ei kyllä
Jos en ole ihan väärässä, niin se oli Salpai. Kyllä, Salpai 2011 täällä Kylävaatiossa oltiin ja ensimmäistä kertaa oli valiokunnassa, kun käytiin kartta tähän nykyiseen.
Hello and welcome to Venla 2026. We're here in Kotka, just east of Helsinki, ready for the start of this fantastic relay. We will have the women's Venla relay first with 4 legs going off this afternoon. It's this fantastic arena that just seems to go on forever and forever and forever next to the runway. And yeah, it is raining here this afternoon. Some light rain started about an hour or so ago. It's not too bad, to be honest, and it's fairly warm, but everyone's got their umbrellas out to witness the start of this Venla relay. We're going to have nearly 1,500 runners going off into the terrain to start this competition, and they're all there. There's been lots of people wearing ponchos that they've had to discard out into the terrain, but they're about to get their maps. You can see joining some of the top runners joining the very start of this relay. Everybody getting ready. There's Ifko Göteborg, the wearing team number 1. The numbers are the position that they finished in last year, so very, very good to be spotting the top teams in amongst that one. You can see Okoline there. This is IFK Gothenburg's second team that came 3rd last year. This is Calvin Rasti there, number 5, about to head out. So lots of warming up being done in this arena, ready for Venla. You can see this is how the legs are going to stack up. So we will start out with a middle kind of leg. Then the longest leg is the second one. 10.1 kilometres, about 64 minutes of running. And then we have the shortest one, and then we will finish with the second longest leg as well. So we expect teams to put their top runners on the second and the fourth leg. Martin Bostrom is here alongside me to do your first ever Venla and Jukala commentary. Of course, you've been competing so many times. I hope you're really looking forward to today's races.
Oh yes, this is a nice challenge to be on this side, and really looking forward to first the day and then spending a night here.
Yeah, it's going to be a big challenge. Strap in and get ready. It's going to be a really, really fun time. So how are runners feeling when they're on this start list like this? You know, there's so many athletes out there. It's quite nervous.
Yeah, you know, you have all eyes on you, and soon also through GPS and such cameras from the forest, so you won't be hidden anywhere, even if you head out into the forest. So the feeling, depends from runner to runner, but everybody's definitely a bit stressed about the first few hundred meters, where you need to be keeping a quite high pace to kind of get out of the crowds and do your own orienteering as you're used to doing it. But yeah, I think most of the runners who's on the first leg, they kind of know what's going on, and they have experienced something similar before, even if not everybody has had this many runners behind them when they're lining up for the start.
Yeah, so you can see the start list coming through here. All sorts of different nations teams going through, of course. IFK Gothenburg, obviously they've won it a few times. Can they defend their title? Who are your favourites?
I think IFK Göteborg, even if they're missing some of their star runners, they're still the main favorite. But then there are definitely more challenges, like from Finland, more challenges than at Tiomila Relay, since this is a Finnish terrain, not a Swedish terrain. Can Västervik be as strong as they were at Tiomila? They're missing Evan Dongen, but they've still got 4 really solid runners. So I think they were mentioned, a few of them. Well, the Finnish teams, we didn't mention them. Kalmar, Rasti, Tampere, and Pyrintö. And maybe also Suunta Jyväskylä could be a threat.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see the first line of runners in here, introducing them, of course, to the crowds. There's Iktisa there as well, and you can see Tampere and Pyrintö lining up, Netherlands, MS Palmer as well, as I try and remember all of my club colours, of course, from the clubs as they line up. And then this is a mass participation event. When I'm talking to people in the UK about what Venla and Jukala is like, I'm comparing it to the London Marathon, because you have the most elite people starting at the front. You know, this is a big part of their season. They really want to perform well for their team. Then you have really good club runners who are very experienced orienteering. Maybe they're not the fastest, but again, it's a really big, important thing for them to do. And then you have, like in the London Marathon, people who just want to get round. They've never run before, really, and they've not done much training, and they're going around the London Marathon. And you have this same thing here at Venla, where you have people, they just going here for some fun, and they're going to have a great time, and they're going to get round, and it's going to be a big achievement for them.
Exactly. They find it as maybe the biggest challenge of the summer to get through their leg at Venla or Jukala Relay. But for most, like if you ask a regular Finnish person in any town in Finland, you say you're going to the Jukala Relay, they know what it's about, and they've seen it on TV since it's been on TV for a few decades now. So everybody knows what's it about, and it might be a dream for many of them to once get through the forest.
Yeah, exactly. Like the London Marathon, they maybe once want to do it in their life. So here we go. We can introduce the teams here. IFK Mora there. Watch out specifically Denisa Karlova, the Czech athlete on the second leg there. And here we have NTNU, Thea Dukon. This is the Norwegian Trondheim University club. So been very good in Jukala and Tiomila, of course. But a lot of their best athletes have graduated now. This is Ludinger, Katrin Müller to lead them off. Grace Malloy on second leg, the club from just outside of Stockholm. Next up, number 8, Västerviks, and they had a possibly surprise, fantastic result from Tiomila.
Exactly, yeah, they were really performing well there, and I think even if the terrain is different, the names they line up with here is really, it's a good team.
Netherlands here, Anna Margrethe Haske-Norberg, bags and bags of experience, and she's still in their first team for Netherlands. Expect her to do a great job. Exactly the type of person you want on your first leg. This is Halden. Quite a few of their top runners not here. They've got Natalia Gempeler, though the Swiss runner on the last leg, so do watch out for them. This is Ceres Valoinen for Calavan Rasti. Again, a really strong team, lots of strong Finnish talent on that one who'll do very well on home terrain. So too will Tampere Printer with Venla Haju, of course, on the last leg. Again, I mean, you're always expecting these like big Finnish clubs to be doing really, really well. This is IFK Gothenburg's second team there. I mean, such is the depth in this club from Gothenburg. They have, I mean, obviously they were 1 and 2 in Team Mila a few years ago as well. As they get their maps, this is Annick Meister from OK Linné, Pierre Young-Vic, European sprint champion on the last leg for them. And we'll talk, I'm sure, a lot about the athletes that are and aren't here, some choosing to prioritise the World Championships. But this is the defending champions then, Erika Stavik-Löven on the first leg. We've got Malin Ögvik Christiansen on second leg, and Swedish national team runner Sanna Fast on the last leg as well. So, of course, lots and lots of talent. But this is one of the teams we also want to pick out who had a bit of a poor showing last time, but there's lots of talent in St. Jyväskylä with Teresa Roturier, the Czech athlete, also in their team. But yeah, lots of talent in this club, and they should hope to do much, much better than their 24th from last year.
They were third at TU Mila, so we can't forget about them when we talk about the favorites.
No, absolutely. And we'll try and watch out, especially on the first leg, for if Thank you everyone for bearing with us. We just had a power cut literally seconds before the start of Venla relay. They are out on the way through to the first few controls, and we are going to get pictures to you as soon as we can. It is very wet here. We just had a complete power outage, but everything is booting back up now, so give us a couple of minutes and we should get some pictures from the forest very, very soon. So we do have power rebooting back up here in the arena. Apologies for that. We know that was the most exciting part of Venla Relay and we missed it. The mass exodus from the arena at the start of the relay. Hopefully we'll have some replays to show you a little bit later on, but we saw 1,500 runners heading out straight into the forest, out from this kind of racetrack area right by the runway. What word am I looking for? We've got some GPS tracking from some of our runners as well. And Morten, how are things looking?
Yeah, there's been some challenges in the beginning of the relay for some teams. Leading had a bit of a mishap to a control early on in the course where looks like Katrin Müller just went with the wrong group to a wrong control that wasn't hers, and she's some minutes behind at this point when the relay's been going on for 15 minutes.
But here we go. This is our first TV control. It was actually Gothenburg-Mayerne through there first. Eleonora Alinda, 14 minutes, 47 seconds, with Becca Lagertz about 17 seconds behind. So that was a gap there. Then Netherlands with Anna-Margrethe Hausken-Norberg in third, 35 seconds behind, and then basically a big gap. We had Inka Nurmanen up there, Venla Tulavori for Tampere Parinto, MS Palmer, Calvin Rasti, Ukakora, Vestavix up there as well, just trying to look through all of the list, and the main teams were in the mix as well. I'm just trying to look for IK Gothenburg. Their second team was down in 15th as well. So lots of teams kind of coming through at this point for our first TV control. You can see now just streaming through this part of the field. There is team number 6. That is Halden. A little bit further down there. You see we're looking... The favourites have those low numbers there as we see them coming through. There we go. Now we have our graphics as well.
Just went through.
Yeah, they will struggle without Tove Alexanderson on their team.
Yeah, but they have a pretty low start number.
Yeah, exactly. We're used to seeing Tove pick up a lot of places kind of towards the end of the relay to put Stura Tuna in a kind of top position there. So now we're getting more information then from the terrain after that power cut seconds before the start. So we're getting more and more information through you now as we have 100 teams through at this point, with Gothenburg-Mayerne leading there they've already been through about 3 minutes ago. So now looking further back through the terrain as we'll see over 1,000 runners come through this point. So 2.5 kilometers of the course gone. This is about a 7.8 kilometer course, obviously depending on the different forkings that you've got. And as you can see, loads and loads of runners streaming through to this control point.
What a beautiful view, and the forest looks really nice, but you can also recognize all the stones, which would probably not be mapped as stones, but maybe as stony ground that creates some challenges. And you see pretty much everybody is going on this same little track that's already formed there coming into the control.
Yeah, and obviously the visibility very good here as well.
Yes.
It's really, we'll get to see obviously different parts of this forest throughout the broadcast. And, you and me have to remember at this point in the relay, there's actually lots of things we are not allowed to say. We're used to commentating at a World Cup, World Championships, where the athletes are in quarantine, and we can say what we like about the courses, but we know there's lots of people watching who are going to be competing later. So we can't give away too much of what is going in the forest, which I always find a challenge when I'm working on the big relays. Suddenly you're not allowed to say lots of things.
Absolutely, but there's lots of things that we can tell you, and we can tell some secrets, what's happening behind the scenes, that why somebody is maybe behind, maybe what kind of control they had challenges with, and keep you updated on that.
Yeah, so of the big teams, Leadinga was the team with the most difficulties, and I think they've already come through. Yep. Certainly having difficulties on one of the earlier controls, losing a lot of time, going to a wrong direction. And that's super key, isn't it? Part of doing this type of relay is knowing, obviously because this is on the TV control, we know this is a common control for everybody, but especially, wherever you are in this relay, it's absolutely about running your own race.
Yeah, somehow you should use the speed of the others, but still navigate to your own control, and that could be a challenge when there's hundreds of other runners around you. And
we'll
some
try
more
and get
challenges
some,
here.
Yeah. We'll try and get some more video back from the forest as well. But I tell you what, it's a massive technical operation. Not only this whole weekend from a competitor's perspective, from people staying around here, but also from a broadcast perspective. So we'll try and get some more pictures back from the forest. And actually, I think we've got we've had 250 teams. Here we go. Coming through here is one of the Edinburgh University teams I can spot there too, coming through at this point. There's an NTNUE team, and NTNUE always with about 15 teams. That's NTNUE 5, but obviously the university club, they've got loads and loads of orienteers. And how do teams, for those big clubs, how do teams tend to get selected? What's the process?
I think there's usually you have a few top teams where you try to select the teams as good as possible to be competitive. But then maybe further down the lines, if you have 10 teams or 15 teams, then maybe it's friends who put together the teams, or it's somehow you try to, who can run a long leg, they will get the leg first, and then those who have required that they need to have the shortest leg, if it's. Yeah, here we see the mistake of leading that we talked about before. So
yeah, you can see just not getting the right direction there, going way too far in one direction.
And there's not that many objects here to relocate you with 100% certainty. So just when you go off the path up there, you should have some kind of features that you know where you're exiting.
Yeah, you can use some of those big boulders because they are really huge, but that's what it's like when it's so flat. And obviously everybody who's looked at the old maps will know how flat it is here and how much you have to just be really good with your compass to keep good direction and use whatever features there are.
Yeah, and be a bit awake. If there's just a single object on your way, you might not see it if it's just behind a tree or something. So be a bit open-minded when you jump into these white areas. You might see a boulder which is just below what should be mapped, and that might challenge you, thinking that that's the stone you should be seeing.
So they're number 22, IFK Gothenburg, their defending champions, so Erika Skjelvik-Löfen, over a minute down at this point. And at this point, I guess you just got to keep calm and just kind of trust in your own race. So now we can have a little bit of a look at the map, and you can see this part of the race, lots of that bare rock, some more intricate contours. There's only 2.5 meter contours there on this map. That's really good to know. It shows you just how flat it is. And we can see some of the teams off the back. There's Lidingö with their mistake earlier on. But if we're looking at the teams, we've got Becka Lagertz there near towards the front of the course, and that is Mattea Glösen on the first leg for them. Igtisa in the mix as well. Sandra Grossberger from Latvia, the first leg runner on their team. But at this point, I mean, Lidingö really struggling there, but from the main teams, everybody's kind of in the mix. None of the others have had a disaster yet.
Yeah, also IF Komura is also a little bit behind, but maybe they weren't one of the top teams behind either.
So obviously crossing over this road, you're going up the slope to find this crag at control number 8. I mean, should be fairly visible. You know, when you have a feature like that that's on the slope going up in front of you, it should be fairly straightforward.
But this exact control, I was also thinking exactly as you, but I was coming straight on the line, but I couldn't see the control until 20 meters before it, because it was so far down. Like, there's a little bit of a bump. There's a little bit of a bump on top of, like, before you come towards the cliff. So a bit of an unusual cliff feature here.
Yeah, a little bit of a bump and then a little trough before. Here we go.
Yeah.
So we can see the control here, as we see some of the athletes go up there. It looks like what Calvin Rasti. This is Igtisa, the blue 7. I think that's Netherlands. So we really are in amongst the top teams here as they climb up, and you can see how rocky it is here, and what it is like then to be amongst these leading runners going through at this point.
Of course, once you've established yourself amongst the teams with this, we call it GPS vests on, then you know you're in good company, and you can be calm about your orienteering. That, okay, if you see only teams with GPS vests around you, you're doing a good job, and you don't need to be uncertain about that if you're running fast enough or not. That could be the case if you're going alone.
Yeah, exactly. It's so hard to know where you are in the pack and if you are doing a good job. And I guess you kind of don't want to really be thinking about that at all when you're out on the race. You just want to be focusing on your actual orienteering.
Exactly.
But, you know, we don't have a really high speed here. I mean, obviously they're climbing up these slopes, and we've got all this rock and everything here. But it feels like in amongst these runners, there's not a whole load of confidence going up at this point as they climb up the hill here.
I think it's also the biggest climb they will have on their leg.
And the steepest climb, actually, as well. So maybe I'm like being far too harsh on these teams as we're behind Anna Margrethe Hasken-Nordberg here for Netherlands. And that looks like, I think that's Calvin Rasti is that up at the front. Siri Sevoloinen on the first leg.
I don't think she should have a GPS vest, but I noticed she was not wearing a Calvin Rasti.
No, she wasn't. She was
underneath.
in a long sleeve.
Yes.
How? Maybe she forgot it?
Maybe, or maybe it's the rain that caused her dress a bit warmly.
I mean, if I was the Calvin Rasti team coach, I would be saying you've got to wear the jersey, right?
I would expect so, yes.
So we must have.
It's Jämsen Retkiveikot.
So this is Inka Nurminen then.
Okay,
yes.
that explains it. Yeah.
That does explain it.
Yes.
We have teams like this, don't we? Like Jämsen Retkiveikot, where they, they finished 32nd last time. We'll have a very different team setup compared to a team trying to end up in the top 10.
Yes, they might front load their team so that those really top runners, they get to run the first leg and bring their team some visibility, and also get themselves a good experience from it, running in the lead or close to the lead.
Yeah, and I think we'll see, like we've seen Kasper Fosse running first leg in Jukala for Hemming. You know, Hemming not full of really top runners, but they have one really good one, and this is obviously what we have here with Inka Nurminen, Finnish national team runner, who's going to go out on first leg. Let her be amongst all of these leading teams rather than maybe starting a little bit further back and then having to kind of chase up the time. But that's, you know, not a team set up for being in the top 10, I think.
but she's also doesn't have the pressure of some of these top teams that are expected to be after 4 legs, so she can do her own thing and not have the stress on her back to perform for the team the same way.
So there we're behind the two IFK Gothenburg teams now, very, very distinctive in their blue and white. The two teams right next to each other. And of course, I mean, at the moment, this is exactly what you want to be. For a first leg runner, you want to be in and around the pack as we get a view of our next TV control. So they should be coming here probably from the left very, very soon. And we'll actually be able to see who's kind of gone up, who's gone down, who's still in those leading teams. This was the standings at the previous split then. Göteborg Majorna, the white and black runners, their team kit as we wait in the forest. I love being, like, so both of us got to pre-run these courses, and it's so cool being in the forest when it's quiet and there's nobody there. But when you know that there's going to be thousands of runners coming later, and it's just, it feels like this, you know, you can hear the rain. It's very, very quiet, and then suddenly there's going to be loads and loads of runners coming through. And here we go. Here are the first ones. And is it Inka Nurminen still in the lead?
Yes, and the feeling she has right now when she looks ahead and she sees no orienteers ahead of her, that's a fantastic feeling to have when you're an orienteer. You can't get much better than this.
There's Anne-Margrethe Hauske-Nordberg from New Netherlands as well. Again, as I said, super confident and experienced runner. Here's Vestovics, obviously third in Tiomila, right back up there. Igtisa as well, the Latvian team. And Tinui, that's their 4th team. Amazing work there for the runner there. Another Igtisa team. MS Palmer. Here is the IFK Gothenburg, the 2 teams there. So they are in 14th and 15th, so 30 seconds down. And there we have MS Palmer, I think, as well. No, maybe not.
We also had Kalevan Rasti, Siri Sivonen, who did not have a Kalevan Rasti jersey on.
So do we have most of our kind of expected top teams now? And now we have a gap. So this kind of group of 19 have managed to make a gap. And I think really of all of our big top teams, everybody has done a good job here to be in amongst the leaders here. 1-4-3, fantastic work for this is Evelina Ojanaho, there we go, on first leg here for her club that I'm going to struggle to pronounce.
Ounasvaran Hiihtoseura, so that's from Rovaniemi, far up in Lapland.
There we go. That's why you're
where
here.
She's from. Yeah.
That's why you're. And obviously they've got, you know, she's the standout runner, national team runner in their club. So great to see her coming through there. Into 20th place. Thea Dukon from Tenui 1 is through there, and Neve Hunter from Södertälje and Nick Farn, 2nd team coming through here, and now into the 30 teams. Ida Agri Christiansen from IFK Gothenburg 3 just gone through there in the white and blue, and more runners coming through now. MS Palmer 2, Rasti Kahut as well, and we'll spot out Helsing and Sinistergat just through there into 41st. They were 14th last time. Paimun Rasti also a little bit further down as well. When now it gets to, you have to get your elbows out here, where you've got lots of runners approaching the units here, and you're kind of fighting for positions amongst this way. You've got to be kind of aggressive here to see everybody through. Yela with Lisa Hubman just through there. Juliette Basset for Paimun Rasti, 2nd team. Lynx through as well. And now we're up to getting close to 3 minutes behind our leaders at this point. We've had about 75 runners through. Still coming through. Obviously, we had that group of 19, then a gap, and then pretty much it's been uninterrupted flow now through here, as you'd expect on this relay. So great work for all of these runners. Leading it, we've just seen through there, Katrin Miller obviously made her mistake early on, so down in 87.
super experienced in this leg, so it's like no question about that. And then you could ask about later or there, but this is some kind of experiment. We're gonna hope it's gonna work out super well for us.
What about the terrain? Are you quite experienced? Have you been here for a pre-camp and get used to this kind of terrain, or?
Yeah, we've been to Finland for short camp, so it's kind of similar type of terrain. So yeah, I felt quite confident on the trainings we made just before the race today. So yeah, I hope I'm not gonna be surprised.
How is it, Alexander, to switch from the sprint orienteering to the forest orienteering 1 week later?
Yeah, I think I can tell after the race. So far it was a bit challenging on the trainings, but I had like understanding for me. And really, I have to really go.
What are you aiming for? What's the goal for Iktisa?
I am aiming to not miss my start, actually, because
Yeah.
it's super late already now. So yeah, we were hoping as always for like top results.
Yeah.
But hard to say. It's every year like top 10, 3, 1. We'll see. So.
Okay. Thank you, Alexandra.
Yeah, no. Thanks.
Thanks. Hon var lite stressad där, vi höll den kanske lite för länge.
Ja.
Hej!
Hur står det till? Halden Västern är på sig. Vad har ni för målsättningar för helgen i Halden-gänget, Emil?
Ja, man har ju alltid förhoppningar när det gäller Jukkola. Så vi ska försöka att mästra orienteringen, göra det bra som alltid. Så får vi se vad resultatet blir till slut.
Ett 10-mila i ryggen då i våras. I Jukkola någonting som passar Halden bättre nu för tiden, skulle du säga, med lite färre sträckor?
Ja, vi har ganska bra bredd. Herrarna gjorde bra på 10-mila. Speciellt, jag tror vi var det snabbaste laget efter långa natten. Så klart att det är en styrka att ha med sig in i Jukkola när det blir lite färre sträckor. Så vi har höga ambitioner och jag vet att herrarna är laddade för att liksom springa bra hela vägen.
Hur har ni attackerat det? Har ni varit över så att säga innan också för att bekanta er med den här typen av terräng?
Nej, vi har inte haft något läger innan, men vi har varit över nu de sista dagarna och tränat på områdena som ligger i närheten. Och det är klart, det här är ju helt klart en speciell terräng. Det gäller definitivt att hålla i kompassen och så klara omväxlingarna mellan de detaljfattiga områdena och det mer detaljrika. Så jag tror absolut det kommer bli en utmaning. Både nu för damerna, men speciellt när man kommer till natten för herrarna. Där skulle jag tippa att det kan bli stora misstag om man inte har full koll.
Du själv, Emil, vad ska du springa för sträcka? I vilket lag?
Vi har ett veteranlag med gamla Haldenlöpare som springer. Vi sprang i fjol och vi springer i år igen. Så i år har jag fått ta sista sträckan. Men vi har lite skadebekymmer. Jag vrickade foten för en vecka sedan, så jag får se. Jag får hoppa på ett ben. Men vi ska i alla fall ta oss runt. Men ambitionen är bara att vara här och njuta av stämningen på Jukkola. Mer än att ha något resultatmål för det laget.
Går det att njuta med det vädret som just nu råder?
Ja, man kan inte styra över vädret. Det är som det är. Självklart är det bättre när man är coach och lagledare som jag. Att det är fint, men när man springer är det inga problem. Det är ju härligt att det är 15 grader och perfekt löpväder. Så det är klart det är jobbigt för alla som står runt, men vädret är inga problem.
Nej, men du vet ju
speciellt
själv.
på natten så kommer det bli mörkare och bättre nattorientering.
Ja, men det kommer att bli lurigt också, tänker jag, på natten i den här typen av flackterräng. Svårt att få tag på stora tydliga saker, eller?
Ja, absolut. Natten kommer vara väldigt krävande. Det tror jag. Det brukar vara väldigt bra banläggning också, att man försöker lura varandra eller lura löparna med spår från tidigare etapper och så vidare. Så att det är klart det kommer bli krävande. Och det är så det ska vara. Det tycker jag är egentligen det bästa med Jukkola, att man har svår orientering även om det är en massmönstring med massa lag och veteranlag och motionslag och så vidare, så tummar man inte på orienteringen utan att det blir krävande.
Mm. Du själv, Emil, du var väl med 3 gånger va? Och vann med Halden. Är det något speciellt du minns från de här segrarna du har i Jukkola med Halden-gänget?
Ja, det är alltid speciellt att vinna Jukkola. Det var stort. Första gången jag sprang för Halden, och då hade vi alla gångerna har vi haft väldigt bra lag, men då vi tappade lite grann i början, men sen gick vi upp och jag tror vi ledde från sträcka 3 och in till mål. Så då sprang vi väldigt bra. De sista 2 gångerna, det var liksom efter jag hade lagt av egentligen, men jag kunde fortfarande springa relativt bra. Så hade vi Olav Lundarnäs som avslutade bägge gångerna. Och det är alltid speciellt med så många lag. Vi hade några år däremellan egentligen som vi hamnade på pallen, men vi klarade inte helt att knyta ihop säcken och vinna. Så det var fint att få de där, för min del, de två sista.
Du som har kollen då, Emil, vilka ser du som de stora favoriterna till Jukkola då framåt kvällen och natten på här sidan?
Ja, man måste ju nämna Stora Tuna som som
6 raka.
De sista 5 åren. Det är 6 raka. Jag hade inte helt koll. Nej, så de har ju sprungit extremt imponerande på Jukkola, och det ser väl ut som laget är någorlunda detsamma som det har varit. Så jag räknar med att de blir farliga. Sen är det klart, när man är i Finland, Helsingin-Sunnestad har ju på pappret ett väldigt bra lag. Och jag räknar med att de har laddat upp och kan terrängen. Så det är väl de som jag ser som huvudfavoriter. Men jag såg ju också Kalle Valasti på 10 mila. Så det är många lag som kan vara upp och kämpa om segern, tror jag.
Mm. Men just att det är här norr om Kotka då, Kymi, dagens och årets Jukkola. Kan det vara en fördel från finska lagen? Är det väldigt typiskt finskt, skulle du säga, terrängen?
Ja, Finland har ju mycket olika terräng, men jag skulle väl säga att när man är ute i skogen så märker man att man är i Finland. Definitivt. Och så är det ju, nu har vi Janne Wäckman har en speciell sätt att rita kartor. Jag tror väl alla topplöpare har lärt sig det inför VM i fjol och så vidare. Men det gäller att kunna den också. Jag måste säga kartorna är väldigt bra, men ganska generaliserande. Så det är svårt. Om man står där ute och ska läsa in sig, så då kommer man ha ett problem. Så länge man är med så är det perfekt. Och alla detaljer som är på kartan är tydliga i terrängen. Så får man det så ska det vara bra.
Härligt, stort tack Emil. Vi har ju strömavbrott så att vi har inte så mycket bilder ute för skogen. Stort tack för att du stannade till, Emil. Och ha en fin dygn nu i Finland.
Ja, detsamma.
Härligt. Tack så mycket säger vi alltså till Emil Wingstedt.
Your Swedish is much better than mine.
We heard the last few minutes of Emil's interview there. So Emil, of course, has won the Jukkola relay with Halden, but we also remembered that they had a few years where everything did not go just as planned. So that's part of the relay game, and just he reminded how important it is that all the runners know that what their task is out there on the leg, and then they had Olav Lundarnäs in the last years when Emil was still active in the first team as their anchor leg runner, and he could really take home the relay in a nice fashion. And Emil also said that he thinks Helsingin Unistat and Stora Tuna should be the main favorites for the Jukola relay later, and also that the mapping of Janne Weckman, which was also one of the mappers of WOC in Finland last year, that it's a bit more generalized than some other mappers that you might have run on maps in recent years. So just relocating in this terrain with this mapping style, he said that could be a challenge for some runners. And I think something exciting is about to happen here. Hopefully we get some...
should be seeing everybody from the first leg into the changeover very, very shortly. But you can see on the GPS that they have punched the last control. So we've got some pictures here. Oh, we can now get some more pictures from earlier on in the course as well. But the first leg runners, in fact, here they are coming into the arena right now. You can just see them on the picture there in the right-hand side of your screen. And this looks like Anna Margrethe Hauske-Nordberg from Netherlands to come into the changeover first. And then we've got a few more runners there. I think we've got Vesterviks coming in as well. Becca Lagertz, Gothenburg Minor into fourth place. So fantastic work here from these runners coming into the changeover. So Netherlands, Vesterviks.
Inka Nurminen is here in third.
Coming here to change over. Jemsen Vetki-Veikot just punching the finish there. They will go underneath our commentary position.
This is Eva-Lina Ojanaho.
Yep.
Onnesvaran Hiitaseura.
Just punching in there now. Iktisa, Sandra Grossberger punching there. So we have the runners coming through now. Here we go, punching the last point, and this is Anna Margrethe Hauske-Nordberg coming through to get her map. She'll hand it over to Anna Dukon for the next leg, which is the longest leg of the relay. So fantastic work for the veteran runner, really, as Anna Dukon goes out now in the lead here for Netherlands. A couple of seconds lead. There is Vestervik's great work then from Tuva Ostengård, handing over to the young Czech runner Lucy Ditrikova, her first ever Venla. She's a first-year senior, running for Czechia, multiple JWOC medalist, but really stepping up here and running in the forest as well. Big high hopes for her too. There's Iktisa handing over Sandra Grossberger over to the Polish athlete Alexandra Hornik, who's in great shape right now. Definitely some good sprint shape we've seen from those World Cups. That's Inka Nurminen there on the floor, just handed over to Hetta Verkajärvi. And number 4, this is Tampere Purinto, Venla Tolavori handing over to Eni Jalava. 35 seconds down, and those athletes coming through at this point. We've got 26 teams have got to the finish so far, and IFK Gothenburg in about 2.5 minutes down, because we had a group of 8 and then like a 2-minute gap, nearly 2-minute gap to a whole big pack who are kind of coming through the next runners. Basically, I think they're about to come through next, ready to reach this last control now. So just about coming. We should have Hemming, and there's a lot of teams here that have made mistakes. So yeah, the green of Hemming just coming through here. Calvin Rasti you will be able to see as well coming in through in this group. Sinta Jyväskylä, and lots of teams, some of the top teams here who've made some mistakes. That's IFK Gothenburg 3 with Ida Agvik Christiansen coming through at that point. There's Ferrum Tisvilde here as well. So 8 teams, and then a 2-minute gap back to this pack of athletes who are all coming through now. And we've had a little look at the tracking. There were quite a few teams who had trouble with one of the forked controls going to the wrong one, basically, and that has caused some big time losses for some of the top teams that you can see there. And there you can see Malin Egevik Christiansen waiting there for IFK Gothenburg 1. So they were one of the teams that made a mistake. Calvin Rasti as well. And this is what you do when you hand over. We can see the 2 IFK Gothenburg teams there waiting, ready to go. There's Ingrid Lundenäs. This is Malin Egevik Christiansen waiting for her handing over there. 3.5 minutes down. on the exchange is a gap then that she's going to have to make up. So 8 teams, then a gap of nearly 2 minutes, and now we see loads and loads of teams through there. There's Calvin Rasti as well. There's Eifke Gothenberg's second team. Oh, a tough day out there on some of the really tricky parts of orienteering. Kind of a lot of runners getting the wrong control and just losing a lot of time there as well. There is Linné just handing over as well. So a lot still to do for some of these teams as we see this big wall of changeovers. Loads and loads of teams coming through now. We've had, at the last control, we've had 95 teams punch there already. You can see, I think, Grace Malloy just heading out there for leading it looks like alongside her British teammate Amy Peters for Halden. That's the second team there. And it's such a challenge melee at the end of this relay. You've got to go and find your map, hand it over. You've got to then find your runner, hand it over. The idea is you show them your map because they can read the number and make sure you've got the right map. And then, of course, got to fight past everybody else to get out and to get into the terrain, and then of course quite a long run out again towards the start. But there we go, that is the first leg. So 51 minutes then for Netherlands, and Anna Margrethe Haskenulberg, a fantastic result for her to bring Netherlands home into the lead at the moment. Great work for her. We'll try and get some more pictures back for you. Apologies for the technical issues that we've been having today. Issues with the power here in this arena. We've got our teams working really hard to try and bring you as much of this relay as we possibly can. But it's not easy in the conditions we've got. So apologies for that if you're trying to follow along with our Venla relay today, with over 100 teams now having punched our last control. You can see here struggles there for Halden. There's the first team, Sigrid Eskran, with 6 minutes down on the leaders here for Halden. I think we saw mistakes early on for them, and then having troubles around the rest of the course as well. But yeah, dramas on the first leg.
Yes, that's maybe part of this terrain. That it really there's a few different parts of the terrain where the challenges are different, and you might be really used to having good visibility, and then you come into an area where it's really diffuse and you can't see the features that you were expecting from before, and this really created some drama towards the end of the leg, and we saw some big changes, some favorite teams really dropping off minutes away from the lead that seemed like they had it in control halfway through, but then things started happening.
Yes, and obviously we're kind of talking very cagely because we can't tell you too much of what happens because it's going to spoil it for later legs. But I mean, if you summarise who are the ones who we've kind of lost from that leading group of 8 that we would hope, now have got a big job to do.
IFK Göteborg 1 was absolutely one that we thought that would make it all the way in. They had some challenges on a longer leg going south, and then of course, who was I missing now? Calvin Rasti was one who was losing some time also in the end, one of those that had really small numbers.
But Iktisa and Sandra Grosberger was in amongst that leading group of 8. This is Sandra Grosberger. Great work from you. Sandra, how was it out there for you?
Hi, thank you. Actually, it was heavy, a lot heavier than I expected it to be. I think we ran a bit longer than expected. At least I think so. And the forking in the beginning was really big, and I realized that I had the longer one, so I had to push really hard to catch up, but I managed quite well without any mistakes or issues, so it was really nice.
Yeah, you're right. It's about 2 or 3 minutes longer than the expected winning time on that leg, so absolutely. But what do you think you did well then on this leg that enabled you to be in that leading group? I
was really confident in my own orienteering. I didn't need others to find controls. I was really focused on my own work. Like I used others maybe to, follow the direction. Like Anne Margaret Hausken Norberg was like the North Star there somewhere in the front. But I did really well on my own forking. So yeah, I was confident in my own orienteering.
Great work, well done. Good luck to the rest of your team as we see more runners coming in and doing their changeover as well. Thank you very much, Sandra. Into the 7th position there, 23 seconds down on our leaders, Netherlands. As we see more runners doing the exchange, we have our second leg runners starting off now. We will just keep an eye on their GPS. Anything so far, Morten?
No, seem like maybe the second leg runners has it a bit easier when it's not the hectic start that the first leg runners are, with hundreds and hundreds of runners around you in the start.
So we have Siri Silverloinen from Calavan Rasti here, as we can see some of our second leg runners, Gothenburg Minor, in the picture as well. Siri, a tricky day for you, maybe towards the end of the course. Do you want to tell us how it was out there?
Yeah, the beginning was quite good. I think I was quite close to the leader for quite a long time, but then I don't know what happened, because now I checked that I'm already 2 minutes behind, and I think I did quite well, but I didn't.
Yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it? For those who haven't been in the terrain, can you tell us a little bit about what it was like?
Yeah, I was waiting much faster terrain, but it was all the time like jumping, and I was falling down, and very hard to run and very tough, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's expected it's flat, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's very fast. And we wondered, why do you wear the long sleeve t-shirt? Do you not your Calavan Rasti club kit today?
Yeah, when I was going inside the starting area, I was hesitating that should I take the long sleeve or not, and then I thought that it's so rainy and cold that I will freeze in the start line, so that's why I took that. Sorry for the sponsors, I don't have those, but yeah.
Well, we were just wondering if why you were not in your team kit, so it makes sense. It's a long time you have to wait out there. And do you have faith then, obviously, in the rest of your team that they can perform well in this type of terrain?
Yes, I trust them.
Well, thank you so much for chatting. Well done today. We'll keep an eye. Good luck to the rest of your team.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so now obviously with our camera runners charging through the terrain here. This is Anna Dukon from Netherlands going through the terrain here. And she's made a really good start. I think it must be Vestovic who we can see ahead. And that's Lucy Dechutkova, the young Czech athlete. And it's a really good start, isn't it, here for these two runners who came through in 1 and 2?
Yes, I think their route choices have been really nice lines on the map that we can see, and yeah, feels also the pace is pretty hard since Anne Dukon is kind of losing the back a little bit here. Still has sight of the lead here, but.
And it's already tracking up. You can really see that.
Exactly. So you can tell that the first leg runners have been through this same area. That's why you also already have some tracks. And of course, that makes the terrain a bit faster and the route choices are running a bit easier, like through these parts.
Yes, you can really see, even in such a short space of time, you can see the visibility kind of changes, the terrain underfoot has changes, and that was like what obviously both of those athletes mentioned as we spoke to them, to, just to see the differences in the different types of runnability. Sometimes you get something like this is a little bit more runnable, then you've got different brashings and all of that as well. It's really, really varied kind of visibility and runnability through here. But yeah, these two athletes have made a fantastic start, and they do look like they're pulling away from the rest of the competition because, as we might have mentioned, so Jemsen Vetkivekot was the next team to do the changeover, and they obviously lost a little bit of time already. Anything else that we can see from the GPS? Anything interesting? There's definitely some of those chasing teams are trying to kind of catch up and get on the back of those top 8 leading teams.
Yeah, and it's not like a big group we're seeing behind these runners either. It's like small groups or individual runners going their own ways.
I think there's a small mistake here from these 2 teams. Just too far right on this control, but I think they have noticed, but you can really get a sense now. They're just kind of looking around and seeing if they can see this. They're really, really close to it. Who's going to spot it first? I think it's Anna Dukon who's going to spot this control first. It's really not an easy one to see. There we go. They've got that, but...
So this is already hidden a bit lower, where the visibility is less, with more trees, with more branches on the lower part. So... yeah, we could see that it was a bit of a challenge to them, but yeah, let's see how the other teams are doing it behind them. There's, at least now, these 2 teams are heading towards this TV control that we have in the screen now, and there we get a confirmation then what is the situation in the relay at this point.
Yeah, so this, as we saw before on the first leg, this is our next TV control. We can see some runners coming in. Of course, we're going to start seeing an overlap between first and second leg runners. So we're looking out, of course, for Anna Dukon and Lucy Dietrichkova, both national team runners coming through the terrain here. Will they still be in the lead? This looks like Dukon here in the colours of Netherlands, doing a fantastic job alongside the Czech athletes. So some tricky moments in the to that previous control, but here they are in the lead here on the second leg of 4 at this Venla relay. What a great feeling to be there. But here's the next runner. Here's third place. This is GMOK Sabina Almo for Gothenburg-Mayana into third place, coming into the picture here. And obviously, they changed over in 4th place, so losing a little bit of time on the leaders, but climbing a place here. Sabina Almo, great job. And we look for the next athlete, so that means we've had quite a few.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a
teams
gap
drop
now
off here. Yeah, because we kind of had ish 8 runners in a group here. And so we've lost the likes of Jensen Redke-Veikot, Becca Lagertz, Igtisa. We're looking for them to be the next ones through. This looks like Tamperin Parinto. This is Eni Jalava, the very distinctive shoulders, the red and white colours of the Finnish club. And this Jalava is going to have caught up quite a few places here. She's running alongside Alexandra Hornik of Poland. And the 2 of them done a very good job. Now we can see some more runners on their way.
I think this is Jensen Redke-Veikot in a different kind of club dress.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously not with the tracker as well. Becca Lagertz up there. This is Marta Gloersen. And yeah, I mean, just dropped 1 place there. This is IFK Gothenburg, and this is Malin Egevik Christiansen working hard to catch up here, because they were, I'm just trying to look back at where they were at the changeover, way down, 17th place, 2 minutes 35 down behind. So now pulled up a whole minute since the changeover, has both Malin Egevik Christiansen and Ingrid Lundenes, who basically handed over at the same time. There's OK Linné, Kristin Melby Jakobsen, great work as well to bring Linné. Yeah, they've gained about a minute on the leaders as well. So this seems to be the story, I think, for me, of this first part of the second leg, is we're seeing some of those teams, some of those top teams actually properly catching up time to the leaders.
Yeah, and I think it's due to the mistake on the previous to this control, that we saw from the 2 leading teams, that maybe their pace were just a bit too hard in that part, and it was maybe a bit...
But I don't think it wasn't a whole minute's mistake,
no, it wasn't.
It?
No, it definitely wasn't.
So I think it's the pace as well as the mistake.
Yeah, and there might also be easier for the runners coming from behind, and you have some backs you can chase, and also you could expect there to be some forkings in the beginning of the legs here, so that might change some.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we have 16 teams through then, with Igtisa 2, the second team to come through. So Sinta Jyväskylä, Calvin Rasti were both about a minute down. They've got Vera Klemetinen and Ida Happala, 2 Finnish national team runners who know each other very, very well. And now we have our next teams here, but we've got some news from some of the GPS.
Yes, it looks like Westervik and Lucy Dietrichkova might be coming to the next controls or by themselves. It will take some time until we have TV on them again. But we can tell you this from the GPS tracking that some strange turns from Nydalen and they might have lost sight here. Let's see.
Let's see, we've got more teams coming through now. A couple of teams from Kalavenrasti there, Fermsvilde, Linné, all coming through at this point. This looks like Halden. Second team is Imogen Peters. And big group here, Vestervik's second team. So around about 4 minutes down, and we've got 40 teams through at this point. And obviously, this is the longest leg of the 4. So when the teams are thinking tactics, what runner are you going to put on this leg?
Probably you will put your first runner on this leg or the last leg, and the second leg or the second fastest or strongest runner on either second or fourth leg. Maybe a bit about, you think about their qualities. Maybe if you have somebody with a really good kick, then you'll save her for the last leg. And maybe if you are somebody who could gain a bit more from the company of others, you might put her on this leg. But as you can see, it's not just one big group coming through, but it's also lots of gaps here. So really these girls are all doing their own orienteering, and it's not about following each other.
And do runners become like first leg, we always think that's such a specialist kind of role. Do runners like practice doing that? Do they become a specialist in being a first leg runner, do you think?
I think it's usually you get a chance, and if it's a good experience, if you place well in the coming in from the first leg, then you probably get more chances. It's some runners really love to run the
Okay, apologies again for the difficulty we've got with our kind of camera positions here. We do keep losing power in this arena, so apologies for all the technical difficulties we've got. Obviously, you can still follow the live results as well, and be checking out where your team is doing as we see this first TV control then for the women. We've had, as you can see, 106 teams through there about 10 minutes after we saw our first team through, which of course was Netherlands with Anna Dierkorn and then Vestervik's in second place. And then there's been some issues, but I think a lot of those chasing teams are still doing a good job of catching up the leaders, aren't they?
It's a bit tighter now than it was before, and it's kind of grouping up a bit behind these two leading teams. And the two leading teams, they seem like they always meet at the controls, but then they take their own routes.
So we can show you a little bit more of this map here.
Yes, exactly. So now we're in a part which is unforked, and only this leg runners has these controls, and that's why we can show you some more of the map here. And you can see Vestervik and Nydalen going around, while Sabina Aumo in Göteborg-Majorna is going a bit more straight, and I think she's probably losing a bit time on this route choice here.
Yeah, Tampere Grint is also taking the same route, and I think she's losing time as well.
It seems like attacking the controls from this side, where Tampere and Brinter now attack the 8 control, that's a bit more of a challenge than coming over the marshy area just south of the control.
Yeah, but you can kind of almost see the runners going through the terrain earlier to the right of the line, losing speed obviously because they're not on the road. But you would expect the better runnability to be higher up, at least compared to the marsh, right?
Yes, but then on the top, then you also you kind of see an object on the map, and in the terrain, since it's only 2.5 meter contour intervals, then those objects might not be as visible as you're thinking they should be. You're used to seeing 2 brown lines or 1 brown line, and it's a really visible feature. So even if they have no well in advance that it's 2.5 contour intervals, it's still a surprise once you're out there in the forest. And of course, the boulders are still the same height as they usually are, and everything else is the same. So this might throw off some runners, and I think in this terrain you should look for clear objects, clear lines where you can attack the controls and make the orienteering safe. That's a good way in relay orienteering. You don't want to take chances, but take your team between the controls in a safe manner.
Yeah, exactly. You're not out to win it. You just need to just do your job and not make any mistakes. And obviously that's what, a lot of runners will have been, that's the instructions. They know their role on that leg. So obviously we saw Vestervik and Netherlands kind of go around and then come back together here to be pretty much bang on the straight line there. And at this point in the relay, do you want to be Vestervik's out there by yourself, or do you want to be in this chasing group here where we can see 2 IFK Gothenburg's teams, GMOK in there as well? I think we've got Calvin Rasti in there as well. Where do you want to be?
I think you want to be in a place where you feel comfortable, and if you're in a group, there's the challenge that you are drawn to a control which is not yours, and if you're in front, then you are in charge. You make the decisions. But if you're in the back of a group, then you're usually following the others and try to keep up. Like, okay, which object was that we just ran past? But it's a different kind of orienteering that you're doing then if you're behind. And I don't know. Now IFK Göteborg was kind of the leader of this group, but now they went off, and the ones behind were clearly knowing their position, and they're taking a straighter line here than IFK Göteborg is doing.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. It kind of is a bit of a extra, almost like an extra safety choice, like you can almost sense a bit of nervousness or lack of confidence there if you're going to bail out to that path.
Yeah, I don't think that's quicker, but let's see now. She's having a pretty good pace here, so maybe she was tired of going through the kind of bouldery terrain straight on and try to find like solution that gets better runnability. And here we go. She's back with the same runner she just left 2 minutes earlier, and they're a group again.
And within that group, do you want to be at the start? Do you want to be just off the front of that group? Do you want to be on the back? Like that plays a part of it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think kind of. If you're in the back of a group, then you can notice if there's forking. If it's a big group, then you can notice when people split up to different forkings. Of course, in this part of the terrain that we're showing now, the runners don't know that it's not forked. They would only know that they're need to take the controls that's on their map. And now we see
Netherlands
yes
making a mistake here.
So Anne Dukorn was not quite sure of her position when she came through this marshy area, and let's see if Westervik gets this control any better.
So this is really interesting, and this is something you were saying to me off air before we started, which is when you lose touch or you lose in confidence, how difficult it is to relocate. Because I guess, you know, now she's kind of on, there is a slope, but it's so small and you're next to the road, and she's going to lose a lot of time here, isn't she?
Yeah, I think she's going to go to the road whether she knows it or not that she's close to a road. I think she's running to the road now and then try to relocate from there if she finds some objects that are really clear there.
This is a big mistake. She was bang on the line, and I guess you're on your compass for that long, and then it's such a common mistake we see from orienteers, isn't it? Is they're on your compass and then you get towards the end of it and you're just losing confidence in that ability. And I think maybe this is what the chasing group here are doing as well, because IFK Gothenburg, this is Malin Egervik Christiansen, maybe making a similar mistake. She was absolutely on the line and then just losing the compass direction into this point. Maybe it's a little bit maybe a few more trees. It makes it harder to stay on that line, but that is very tricky. And now that chasing group has caught up to Nederland, and they'll see, she'll see them coming out of this control as she goes into that control.
Yeah, I mean, you see some features on the map, but it's really diffuse. When you got these patches of green, then you know that it will not be good visibility either between them, and it will be reduced visibility, and you might not see all the point objects that you had coming into that control.
So the next control we have is the TV control, and so we can look into the trees here. We're about halfway round this second leg. It is about 10k, and we have our leader here. This is Vestervik, and this is Lucy Dietrichkova, who's first time obviously running in Venla, has just joined this club, a young Czech talent. It's her first year senior. She's made a fantastic impression at the World Cup rounds already, of course after great success at the Junior World Championships. And suddenly she's alone, and she won't know, of course, what's happened to Anna Dukorn, who she was running alongside. But let's take a look at the gap then as we see these next runners coming through. It's more than 30 seconds, and of course that means they will not, of course, be able to see her ahead. Here's Anna Dukorn, and she will know how much she's lost then from that mistake. 42 seconds down as Gothenburg Minor, Sabina Almo next to come through. Calavan Rasti, IFK Gothenburg 1, so some of our big favourites. Clara Borg there for Södertälje and Nick Van coming through now. Vilma von Krusenstjerna for Okokora, and there we have 10 teams through with Marta Glösen for Becca Lagertz bringing up the rear. So all change here. Yeah, and it's not so surprising that we have this section which is unforked, then you kind of tend to group up, and then when you go out into forkings again, then it might split up. But if you're going to the same controls, then it's more likely that you will be following the runners ahead of you also to the next controls when you notice they punched on the same control as you. So the next few teams coming through now. This looks like Linné. Here we have, indeed, Kristin Melby Jakobsen and Eni Alava from Tampere Perinto. So these teams still are kind of amongst our favourites, as is Cynthia Veskala, Vera Klemettinen just coming through here. So that's a very strong group of three who can work very well together, because you want to be around quick runners who are kind of pushing you forwards, who've got attack in the forest and kind of running a similar speed.
Yeah, at this point, when you notice that there's not lots of teams around, it's really nice if you have at least somebody to compare your pace to and kind of gauge off how fast should you be running in this section.
Yeah, and so we're behind Lucy Dietrichkova here, who is making light work here, catching up lots of runners from the previous control. And this is such a gorgeous bit of terrain here that we can now talk a little bit more about. They've got some forkings in here, some really nice little controls in amongst lots of beautiful rock detail, and making light work of this one. This is... so this is Helsing Associate. I thought it was Ludinger, got the wrong number in there. So 14 and 15, Teresa Smelikova and Hetta Verkijevi for Jebsen Reykjavik, who obviously changed over in third place. So another group of 3 coming through there. And it's a tricky next bit of orienteering, and it's kind of where we saw... Did we see some mistakes in this on the first leg? Actually, no. I think we saw more mistakes where it was flatter.
Yes, this is more traditional southern Finnish coastal terrain, I would say, with lots of this grey on the map. And in Finland, if it's grey on the map, it doesn't mean that it's totally open of trees. It's just that you have some bits of bare rock and this white kind of moss that you see also in these pictures here. But it's really enjoyable runnability in this part of the terrain, and it's called the Church Hills. The official names, if you look at old maps. And,
the Church Hills,
yes.
Okay. Maybe someone got enlightened on these hills. Maybe the orienteers here will try and get that as well. So just seeing, we've had Färmsvilder, Tuna, Ludinger, and Tenui through in this group. A lot of second teams as well just coming through. 30, nearly 40 teams coming through there. And this is then this chasing group behind Vesterviks. We've got Malin Egervik Christiansen in the picture there. Of course, a World Cup medalist now, following behind her. And you can see as well lots of people looking up into the terrain there, looking left and right to see if they can spot the control, and no problems there. It's Calvin Rusty also punching in at this point, this control. Ida Happala there with the crunch of the orienteering studs on the bare rock. It's so distinctive, such a distinctive sound. And these athletes working really well together. There's so much experience on this second leg between all of these runners, and they've scooped up Anna Ducour now. They'll have, obviously, what the advantage you get from seeing the changeover is what's happened. And how are we doing on this?
So we had some forking on this control, and we had some teams who went with this bigger group for a bit too long, and now dropping off. Here are
which teams?
Igtisa and Ukokore.
Yes.
So maybe the pace was a bit too high for them. They couldn't quite keep their own direction after this long section of unfork. Then it was a bit of surprise for them when they didn't have the control that the first teams were heading towards.
The ability that these women have to just be able to pick their way through this terrain and make it look so easy. It's super rocky. You've got all these different sections where your feet can get stuck and all of that kind of thing. It's very, very tough. And these women are about to get a shock because there's some fast women coming through. This is the next TV control. This is number 3. So I'm going to change my screen, a little behind the scenes look, and make sure I get the athletes coming through. So obviously at the last TV split, Vestervik with a 42-second lead, and Lucy Dietrichkova is still in the lead. But will the gap still be the same? I'm not sure about that as we look into the terrain to see where she comes. Here's the Czech athlete coming through now. Great job for her still.
And she's coming from a bit of a strange direction. She should have gone underneath these cliff objects on the left side here, but she's coming from the top, so let's see if the teams behind are doing it any better and getting any closer.
So still in the lead, and now we've got a a long leg to have to deal with, so she's just checking it out there. Here's the next teams coming in from the left. As you can see, that time gap has just been cut here. It's a better runability on this little route as well, because it's less rocky, there's less kind of up and down, and they've done a fantastic job. So this is Malin Egve Christiansen, Anne Dierkorn for Netherlands. We've got loads more runners in here. Ida Happela for Kalle van Rasti, Sabina Almo still in there, great work for Göteborg Mayana, Clara Borg, Ingrid Lundenez for IFK Gothenburg, third team, and now there we go, 32 seconds. So they'll pretty much be able to see Lucy Dietrichova basically now, won't they? The gap is so small, 22 seconds.
Yes, if they're taking the same route as the leading team, then we might soon see a bigger group. And we have some, let's see if we can get some more GPS soon, because we have a really interesting leg ahead of us here. And we've seen some different route choices on the first leg here. So let's see what happens with these runners here.
Yeah, so that is 9 teams through at the moment, with Becca Lagets and Engtisa just losing a little bit of time, I think.
Again, Ukon Linné came from the top, not the optimal route to this control.
And if we have the GPS tracking in front of you. Is everybody seem to be going the same way to this next one?
Everybody seemed to be going straight, so now I think they can definitely see Lucy Dietrichkova's back, and if they have the power to reel her in, then I think we will soon see a bigger group.
Yeah, so the 2 lone runners who kind of were out with a decent gap at the first TV control, Netherlands and Vesevic, being reeled in by these other runners. I think mistakes for Netherlands and Vesevic. Let's have a look and see if she makes any mistakes here. We can see the different forkings that we've got here, H and I. Obviously, there was a big group going to H there, and I think those who've got I maybe struggled then, lost a little bit of time. That was Igtisa and Kokora, who did drop back in the pack as a result. Then, yeah, this route through to 14, a little bit slower, I think. So couldn't see any big mistakes.
I think it's still pretty clear, the features in this part, and like it's nice to have some bigger objects to shoot for after running in those areas where there's hardly any contours on the ground and just some single dot features.
Yeah, it's so different, isn't it? Like the different styles of orienteering and how you have to adapt your technique. I mean, I love it when there's more contour features and there's more features on the ground. And just get more confidence because you kind of know where you are. And I think most of the orienteers will feel that. Okay, Anthony Odeshila, Storatuna with Rebecca Heinrich coming through here. IFK Gothenburg second team. This is Grace Malloy just coming through as well for Ludinger. Florence Anno for Cynthia Vescola. This is the second team. So we had... What did we have? We had Cynthia Vescola at like 1:47 back, and then we had about a minute then to Helsingin Sinisiat with Teresa Smelikova running by herself, and then another about 20-30 seconds back to Entenui, and then this basically this massive group that we've got here. So that's our third TV control. So we are more than halfway round at this point. And here we can see then this control, and J and K caused a lot of problems on the first leg. That's where we had a lot of runners going to the wrong control, basically. But they've all taken a very different route choice. Well, actually, no, they've not taken a different route choice. The leaders went more towards the top of your picture and had some troubles on the first leg. But this time, a lot of people going very straight through this route here. But as you saw on the map, it's so flat, such a different characteristic of the course, and it's where we saw loads of mistakes.
Yes, and also you might be able to tell here that the runnability is not great. There's some rocks on the ground everywhere, and you kind of need to also look where you're putting your feet when you're running forward. And attacking the control from the straight direction where these runners are coming from. You need to be really confident on your direction. In this area, there's not really clear features. You have the marshes around, and you need to really rely on the borders of them. That this is where you start attacking the control ahead of you. And we know that not all of these runners have the same control at the end of this long leg, so they need to be really aware of their locations now when they're coming close to the controls.
Yeah, so you can see them just kind of in this little map picture here. Most of them have got J, so that's the one towards the west, and they've got to start being really distinctive here. Of course, we've got the tracks here, but they can be so distracting. And maybe, I mean, they probably have a little bit more confidence because there is a bigger group here, and they know there's more eyes out looking there. But it's, oh, here we go. Now they start maybe splitting up a little bit. As has Anna Dukon noticed that she needs to go further right, because she absolutely does need to go further right to be able to get to the J control. But I mean, there's just so many boulders here, lots of them not marked on the map, and lots of them, you know, they just all look the same, to be honest, don't they?
Yeah, and it was, now we kind of came in the middle between these two forkings, so it was fine for all the runners. If you would have come straight towards J, then you would have been having to go quite a long way to get the control K from this direction. But
you can see Anna Dukon notices first and really gets to that control in a really good way. And now has suddenly got ahead of all the others because she was spotting that first. You could really see it in the picture there, couldn't you?
Yeah, the camera runner really spotted them in a good position.
So yeah, I think those with K maybe losing a little bit of time. But I think when you have runners a little bit more spread out than this, the temptation to go to the other control is not quite the same, is it really?
No, exactly.
It's maybe easier to go to your own control.
Yeah, if you would be the lone runner with a different forking, then it could be a tricky part.
So behind Gothenburg Majorna here, through the forest, with the following the J control, being to the J control and on to the next one. And this is really, I mean, it just shows you how changeable this forest is, because suddenly here the visibility is so low.
And you really need to work your way through this part. It's wet, there's thin forest, so there's stuff lying on the ground, and it's also rocky. So you need, maybe if you come from control K, you have a little bit of better runability than those coming from J. So
watch out for Linné there, who looks like she's just in the middle of nowhere. This is Kristin Melby Jakobsen, who's now in trouble.
Yeah,
is
she
trouble.
Seeing somebody punching on control J and running that way?
Wow. This is the biggest mistake here of this leg, I think.
Yeah, and also the chasing group behind, they're kind of in a weird going across the marsh.
Shout out to my mum, who's just finished the first leg for the London ladies, her first ever Venla, her first time running in Finland. She's just punched the finish. I just seen her, so well done, mum, completing the course there. She's actually still got quite a lot of running to go to get her map and hand over, but yes, she wanted to take the first leg and do some solid orienteering, so I hope it's gone okay out there. Yeah, there we go.
Great job for her finishing, but she did lose about half an hour to my sister, who finished earlier.
I don't think Mum will mind.
Great. I hope she had a good time out in the forest.
Yeah, me too. I'll catch up, of course, with her later. But there's still, you know, obviously these runners now are catching up, lots of runners who are still out there in the terrain, a big melee around some of these controls. And what's the news on Linné? Has she found the control yet?
She's still looking for her number 15, and I'm not sure she's aware of her location now. So
yeah, here we can see that Linné
mistake
in the centre of your picture, highlighted in red there, the colour that they run in. And as you were saying, I mean, you've got IFK Gothenburg 2 and Esbjørn Sinter also struggling to find K. Oh, now looks like she's got a bit more control over the situation. It's the relocation. Again, it's so hard.
Yes, it's so like flat over there and just not anything that really stands out in the terrain. So unless you know 50, 100 meters before the contour where you're coming into, where you might have some more clear features, then you're in trouble.
So what do you do if you suddenly don't know? Well, what is the tactic tactic here? What do you do if you don't know where you are?
You might want to think back, where have I for sure known where I've been? That could be one tactic. Another tactic is to run somewhere, a direction where you know that something big is stopping you. Maybe here you could run up the hill on next to Control K that we just saw Ukoline that has now found the control and is heading to the next control. But yeah, you're in trouble. You should think ahead when you have clear objects on the line and be sure you get into the control in a safe way.
So this is the next TV controller, about 3/4 of the way around. Here they come, dashing through the forest here with great speed. And now, obviously, all change at the start of this relay because Calvin Rassi and Ida Happala in the lead there with Netherlands in second place. So Natalia Nick van Klauderborg in the third place and Lucy de Tritschkova through into fifth. So 6 teams there in 10 seconds. Here's the next runner coming through, and this is IFK Gothenburg. Is it? Yes. No, it isn't. This is Okokora with Wilma von Krusenfreiner. So we have had IFK Gothenburg 2-1 already through in 4th place. But Wilma von Krusenfreiner going well here. That's the camera position that you can just see as we pick up this beautiful drone shot then in the terrain. All those spotters out looking for the runners there. And actually all of the top runners, they're so used to these cameras out there in the forest. The other runners will not at all be used to this kind of thing. And it can kind of create, it takes a while to get used to it, I think.
Yeah, it must have been a shock for your mom also, how many people are out there, and also support crew on the controls who are taking care of this big happening, that everything goes as smoothly as it goes. Even with these power cuts, we've been able to run through the relay, and there have been some question marks of when your runner is coming in, but still everything goes smoothly in the forest here.
There's Alexandra Hornick just coming through there, number 20 for Igtisa, Becca Lagers as well, Marta Glursen, and Cynthia Veskala with Vera Klemetinen, 1 minute 36 down. So obviously about a minute behind Okokora, which is Wilma von Krusenfreiner. Not a disaster for these teams. They absolutely could still make that time up with the rest of the controls. And obviously the next leg is the shortest one. It's where teams tend to put their weakest runners. So because obviously they're orienteering for less time. There's Tamprin Parinto also through as well. And again, everything can completely change still with this relay.
Yes, I mean, it's a shorter leg, so maybe you put your most or least experienced runner on that, and that might create some situation if you have a super veteran that can have a safe leg. And this is also something that's a challenge for these runners when they come through these crowds of first leg runners, that you might lose sight of the group you've been into, and especially if you don't have a GPS that you're following on the runners back in front of you, then this might be a challenge.
Yeah, just seeing Andreas Svensson just going around all the other runners there, and Odeshila as well. And quite a lot of these runners are doing a good job of waiting for, the runners behind, the faster runners, to actually go and punch their controls in a good way. But it's not easy working your way through. And now we have another group coming through now with Stora Tuna next through. Another Cynthia Veskala team. Working well, this group. I think Ingrid Lundez dropping a little bit tough time there. Looks like we've had a disqualification from Iko Hoppe, Ike Hapspolkina. So, yep, you've got to get all the controls in the right order, otherwise it counts for nothing here. As we've now seen nearly 30 teams through. Helsing and Sinnersley out there in 25th at the moment, Teresa Smelikova. And if we look further back in the GPS tracking, do we have any of our teams really quite a long way back then when we're considering our favourite teams? Who've we really lost here? Halden, I guess.
We lost Halden, IFK Mora, and Esponsunta just had some challenges on this 15th control that we saw some GPS tracking from before. Those are the main teams that are too far behind to be in the challenge for the top positions anymore.
Yeah, Halden, a very inexperienced team. Quite a few, they're a very international club. When I think about international clubs, I might think of like Ludinger or Halden as well, who tend to attract runners from lots of different countries. And a lot of them just obviously they're not here because they've got the World Championships coming up in only a few weeks' time. This is what you just mentioned, Morten. This was Esponsunta. And just straight through the middle of the controls, not really getting a sense of the distance that she'd covered here. And of course then didn't have the J control. So it's great when you find a control, right? Even if you're like, this isn't my control, it's on a feature, right? And then you go, okay, what feature actually is it on the map? But yeah, that was a big time loss there for Esponsunta, Lisa Rassaka.
And that kind of Esponsunta had a decently strong team, so that kind of ruins their chances for a top position in this year's edition. They have Maria Mätänen and Hanne Hilo on the last leg, so not a bad ending, but they will not be among the teams fighting for the victory.
So we're waiting then at this next control, 8.4 kilometers of the way round, waiting for our next our leading group to come through at this point. They're really on the home stretch now of this relay leg, so we should just see them through the forest anytime soon.
But I think there will be some surprises. They have had some challenging controls in this part, and the group has definitely split into two, and there will be some time differences between them.
Well, I can see Calvin Rasti still here. Ida Happala is so strong on this one. We've got one of the IFK Gothenburg shirts as well. We've got number 15, so Italian Nick Van. Great work from Clara Borg here. She's really climbed a lot of places. And so it was about 16s. Now it is 5. And this, here we go. This is a team we've lost then. Yeah, going to not to the right control, and that is Lucy Dichuchkova. That is a team then we've lost out of this top. It was a top 6, a group of 6, basically kind of 7 with Okakoro, Vilma von Krusenfreiner, and now we have lost her, and we have lost Vestovics with a mistake then on the 18th control. So
I think they both have similar kind of challenges on this previous control, and that's why they're now far behind. And really, Lucy Dichuchkova, she looked so confident in the beginning of the leg, and everything was in her hands. But now she seems to have lost control now, and maybe the pressure of the group behind her was not good for her, being a first-timer at this relay.
A first-timer, she's a first-year senior. She's only just finished the junior ranks. Orienteering, especially forest orienteering, is all about experience, and she just hasn't had enough years on the planet to be able to keep coming out to, especially the Scandinavian terrain. Obviously, being from the Czech Republic, you get so much, she'll be learning so much every time she's competing in Scandinavia. And there we go, here she comes through here in 6th place still, as you can see, just drop down to that previous group. There's von Krusenfreiner as well, and Santi Veskila through to Vera Klemetinen. Experience in Scandinavian terrain, when you're not, speaking as someone who's not from Scandinavia, is so essential when you're doing this type of relay.
Yes, it's definitely a different kind of orienteering that she's grown up with in Czechia, so it's for the more experienced runners coming back to run in the Finnish or Swedish terrain, it's not a big deal. But if you haven't done it some years before, then this is totally different. Your orienteering relies on very different features, especially in this terrain where it's rather flat.
So Linne, Tamprin Parinto and Ludinger, all three coming through here from this direction. A couple of more off towards the right as well. We've got Pemian Rasti and coming through. So 14 runners there.
These teams are doing a good job. I think they're definitely rising in the ranks. Especially Grace Malloy seemed to be having a good run.
Yeah, she changed over in 23rd, then climbed up to 18th, now up to 12th. So absolutely, she absolutely has climbed through the ranks there after a tricky first leg. Think about Linne, maintaining that position after some obviously issues around the few controls ago, basically. Cynthia Veskila, climbing a few places. Vera Klemetinen changed over in 11th place, now up to 9th. And we're not going to... is that just us not showing you all the map? No, that's literally pretty much what there is on the map. I thought exactly. It's so white, it's so white. I thought we must have got rid of some features on the map, but no. It is that white and there are that few contours, but it basically means that our athletes are on the way towards the finish now. There's this odd kind of spectator control here at the very, very end of the runway by this car, and that's where the athletes are coming to now. So they're on their way back towards the finish, but they do have this this kind of almost arena passage, semi-arena passage coming through on the end of this arena. So what you can see there's some tapes at the end of those barriers there. So we'll look over to there to see the runners coming through and out of the terrain. I think they'll have hit a bit of taped off area. And
this is kind of often an area where some teams staying in tents, they will be staying here, and there's also some parking, I believe, in this old runway built, I think, during the last wartime, and we're only 50 kilometers from the border of a big neighbor in the east here, so it was a good location to have an airstrip.
Yes, and there's all these military tents out in the forest here. If you've not been there, these big round tents that just put up. Obviously, some people bring their own tents as well, and I was on the train with loads of people, sleeping bags, roll mats, everything you bring to kind of camp out here as well. But here we go. Here they come through, and this is IFK Gothenburg in the lead, and Malin Egervik Christiansen. Then Nydalens and Anna Dyrkon. Then it's Ida Happala for Calavan Rasti. If my eyes are doing a good job, I think that's not too bad looking into the terrain there. Then we've got Ika Hubspoikena. That's who is in amongst this group, but we think a disqualification for the first leg, which is why they're not coming up on the system here. Well, she might not know that yet. And here they come through then. These top 5 teams at this point working their way through, and it's a fairly physical, high-speed end to this course.
Yes, there's like in the last kilometers, there's barely a contour that these runners are going to climb, so it's very physical, but some monitoring challenges also here and there, so you need to be aware of your location, and coming into this 21st control, you definitely need to know where you're crossing this big road, and then use your compass in a good way to find the control in a good manner and not losing time.
Yes, I mean, this is very distinctive of some of this part of the area. Very white, very flat. Actually, quite good visibility, but there's just not much there. They kind of go up on the slope and they really need to use a compass. And look, this is Vilma von Krusenfuerne. You can tell she is looking good here, really, really pushing on and trying to get any second she can ahead of the other girls here.
Yes, she's doing a good job here, and she has a small group with her here. She knows she did a mistake earlier, and she's probably expecting that the other teams are ahead of her, but Lucy Dietrichkova for Västerviks here had a really nice start to the relay, and now still in 8th position now, but probably not happy about her orienteering in that one place that we saw her GPS track. Now we have Malin Agervik Christiansen with a nice stride, probably the first one coming in towards the last control here.
Yeah, and obviously a runner that's really been having a focus on the sprint orienteering with the World Championships coming up. Great result for her in Sweden at the World Cup, and she's just shown her physical speed here, because when it's got to this fast section, she's just pulled ahead of the other teams. This is the last control, then dropping down in between all the flowers. It's quite an odd end to the control with the course here. Ida Haapala next one coming through for Calvin Rasti. Okay, Harpspoikina next through, but their team is disqualified. And then we've got Anna Dukorn, so effectively in third place there for Netherlands after going out in the lead. But great work for, you know, the favourites here on this relay, coming back quite a few legs, climbing up through the ranks, and this is exactly what they all have been hoping for. You put your big guns on the second and the fourth leg, and certainly Malin Egevik Christiansen has delivered. She's getting a gap here on this last section, and this is really, really quality orienteering. Just kept it a high pace the whole way round, catching up runners, and now she can take the applause here to be leading this Venla relay after second of the two legs. The favourites here, IFK Gothenburg, punching the finish. And great work for Malin Egevik Christiansen, the Danish runner. Great work too for Calvin Rasti, Ida Haapala. Again, one of those runners going in the chasing group and caught up to the leaders. Really quality work for Calvin Rasti. Again, one of the favourite teams in amongst the mix. This IKHP team we think has been disqualified, so that's why they're not counting in amongst the results here. Anna Dukorn was basically in that leading pair alongside Lucy Dietrichkova. She was caught by these runners here, and I mean, great to see Gothenburg Mayana and Sabina Almos had a fantastic run here. I mean, wouldn't have been counting them in amongst the favourites, but a really quality start. And here is the handover then, as Malin Egevik Christian hands over to Joanna Skjelvik-Löven to go out in the lead of this Venla relay for the third leg, the shortest leg of the relay here. And she's got a 12-second lead to Calvin Rasti, where former world middle distance champion Marika Taney is going to go out on here. She's such a, I mean, I always used to call her such a middle distance specialist. It's a very middle distance type of course, this one coming up. And there we have Netherlands over there in third place.
And we saw that the third runner coming into the changeover, Iko Hope, they had this yellow paper waiting them, telling that they're disqualified at that point and can't go on with the relay anymore.
No, we pull them out of the relay because obviously they kind of could affect the other runners, so we kind of can't let them continue. I think that's the logic behind that,
yes,
right?
Yes, they might be permitted to start later, but not with an official result.
No, absolutely not. So Clara Borg, great result for her coming through here. And this is their next leg runner heading out.
Hillevi Svärd.
Here comes Cynthia Veskala. Next team to come through. This is Vera Klemetinen, going to hand over to Pila Häkkinen. There's Vilma von Krusenwerner handing over to Elsa Kuiper. Hannah Sudol also going out for Iktisa there. Lucy Dietrichkova, next team to come on through. And it was going so well for her. I'm hoping we can get to speak to her later to find out how that was for her, because obviously going out in the lead and actually doing some really, really good orienteering until about 3 or 4, 5 controls from the end, and then it all kind of fell apart for her. She's dropped down the standings a little bit. This is Grace Malloy, the British runner, won the British selection races for the World Champs. Again, she's really got a sprint focus for this season. Cynthia Veskala, Vera Klemetinen handing over there to Pila Häkkinen. Grace Malloy is going to hand over to Adela Finstrelova. And this is the shortest leg, so actually a lot of names kind of solid relay runners, maybe not necessarily runners we will see in the national teams heading out on this one. So yeah, it could be a lot of stress, I think, if you're in that first team with some really, really big names. But obviously they're picking people for this leg who they know are really, really solid relay runners to set up that, hopefully probably the best runner that's going to go on the last leg.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the goal is to finish with as small as the total time as possible, and this is the way you should set up your team.
Absolutely. There we have the changeover there of Liedinger as Adela Finstrelova heads out into the course. This is Ennialova, who I think has dropped quite a lot actually here for Tampere Perinto, because they were actually in a really good position, and I think has dropped quite a lot towards the end. We'll just take a look on the GPS and see if we can figure out why that was, because I would have thought Tampere Perinto would have been a little bit further up there, to be honest. Paimin Rasti just handing over there. You can hear like messages being yelled over the fence as the runners do the exchange. You've got to maybe choose carefully what information you're going to go and pass on. A message of encouragement, or like, watch the green, or I don't know. What would you? I don't know. What did you ever do that? Did you ever yell something over to your teammates when you handed over?
It could be something if you know that like it should be a leg which is forked with yours. You might say something about the forking, like watch out for the forking at this control, or something about the route choice. Maybe something that you've talked before that you want to be told from the previous runner. You might relay something like this, like, okay, how was it to run on I don't know, yellow areas, or what was good in the terrain.
So more and more teams handing over. This is in 25th position for Becca Lagertz, and we've got Lucy Dechutskova here for Vestovik, who's we've just seen coming in there to 8th position. Lucy, obviously you went out in that leading group. Really exciting relay for you, and your first Venla, is that right?
Yeah, it's my first Venla, so I was really exciting to run it, and yeah, it was nice. I made one stupid mistake when I was in the first group, and then I found a wrong control, so I lost the lead, and yeah. But at all, it wasn't so bad.
What was it like in the start of the relay when you were going out alongside Anna, and it was just the two of you together?
Yeah, I was a bit nervous. In the first controls, I was a bit struggling with my compass, but then I got into it, and the rest was okay.
We had very mixed types of terrain in this course as well. Was there any bits that really you thought you enjoyed or didn't enjoy as well?
Actually, the further part with a lot of details, it was really tricky there and really beautiful. So this part I enjoyed the most. And yeah, the first and second part was flat, so it wasn't so nice, but yeah, it was good.
And we were talking a little bit in the broadcast about obviously coming from Czechia and how much experience do you have basically running in Scandinavia, where of course you're grown up on the continental terrain?
Yeah, actually I'm not used to run a lot in Scandinavia, but I'm trying to come with my club for some competition and getting into this Scandinavian terrain. But yeah, it's really totally different than we have at home in Czechia.
Yeah, and obviously we hope to see you more times running in this Venla relay. What do you think will be the main thing you will learn from this race today that you can take forward to future relays?
Probably, I don't know, just to trust myself and do my own orienteering, and not to only watch others.
Good piece of advice. Congratulations today, and good luck to the rest of your team.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, great to hear from Lucy Dichkova there for Vestovics. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to hear what it was like for her going out in that terrain.
Yeah, it was great hearing that she doesn't have much experience from these terrains before, but I think she handled it in a good way, and she brought her team back in a striking position still, and maybe not exactly the run that she was hoping for with that one mistake late in the course, but still not a disaster for a first time, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say she'll probably be a bit gutted with some of that and a few small mistakes as well, but like, yeah, her team is still in the contention, in and amongst those groups, and yeah, that's certainly kind of good enough. But yeah, I mean, we've got our favourites, IFK Gothenburg, in the lead. This is some pictures from the end of this second leg with really great running then from Malin Egevik Christiansen. Really good job punching that control and handing over in the lead, managing to get a lead of about 12 seconds at the finish point. Hand over to Joanna Shelvik-Löfven. And this was the standings then at the exchange. We are halfway through the relay with the shortest leg underway at the moment. There, the gaps. Calvin Rasti in second place, Netherlands. Great result for them at the moment in third place as well. Great to see Gothenburg Minor up there as well. And then as we've seen, a lot of runners through around that 4-minute mark, still with some opportunities to make a difference as well. Any look at the GPS from those first legs? Anything interesting going on?
Well, first of all, I'd like to look at the names of the runners running out now, and we see there's quite a bit of runners who have not been in the position of running, maybe in the top group that they're now, but we have also Marika Teini, and I think she's quite a big favorite for this leg, maybe along with Lena Eliasson-Löf, Adela Finstrova, who really have experience from this.
Oh, and a very cold-looking Ida Happala here for Calvin Rasti. A great run for you. How was it out there today?
Yeah, it was really nice. I think it was a super nice course and really good map, but it was like really intensive orienteering all the way from the beginning to the finish. So I think it was orienteering at its best today.
Oh, we love to hear that from the runners who've been out there. What made it so intense, Ida?
Well, I think like even though it can look quite clear on the map, it's like the visibility is changing very quickly, and the ground and the terrain overall. So you really need to concentrate all the time, like being exact with your compass and your location too.
Yeah, and you were in a big, you were in a kind of group that was moving really fast. What was that experience like?
Well, I think I didn't have that much time to think about the speed. I was just trying to do my orienteering job as good as I was able to do that.
Yeah, well, it's looking very good, and it's looking really good for your third leg runner, Marika Teini, at the moment. So congratulations so far, and well done on your leg.
Thank you.
So Ida Happala there for Calvin Rasti, and it's, I tell you what, it is looking good for their third leg runner. We'll catch up with some GPS very, very soon as we see some more of the runners doing the exchange there too. 70 teams through now within 12 minutes. In the rain, which continues to fall. Kind of got a little bit heavier. I don't think it's gonna last the whole relay. I think it should clear up a little bit before Jukkola, and more teams then changing over and heading out into the terrain. As the runners are kind of they're used to this long run out of the arena. It's not as long as we have seen on some of them, especially the last time we were on. Was it the last Jukkola where there was a runway? It was a really, really long run out to the first, even to the start point. So I think the runners will probably be quite happy. It's a little bit closer. So we can nip back into the forest then, and we're looking out for our leaders at this first TV point. So a reminder, it was IFK Gothenburg in the lead, 12 seconds ahead of Calle van Rasti, and then Netherlands in third, with Gothenburg Mayenne in fourth. So we're looking out for the runners then approaching this control. We've seen it quite a few times on this Venla relay. And this leg, a reminder, 6.1 kilometers. So we're nearly at the halfway point at this one. This is by far the shortest leg here, and very middle distance characteristics as well.
Yes, exactly. That's what the course setter said about this, that he wanted to make a bit of a different leg with, we saw some more of a long distance challenges on the previous leg. Now this should be a middle distance character on this leg.
And this is great work here from Marika Taney. She's done a fantastic job. Makes it look so easy, doesn't she?
Exactly, and she started in the second position, not like a really stressful, but still a really good position to start out the relay. It wasn't like one big group starting out, but there were some gaps between the runners, so I think it's a nice place to start out, and I think the Calle van Rasti team is probably one of those that have been on training camps here the most, and probably Marika Taney feels quite confident in this terrain, especially after switching from early season sprinter. Then she decided to switch to a forest focus after the first World Cup round, where things didn't go the way she wanted, and she's had plenty of time to concentrate for this relay now.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of athletes of her standard being, trying to get into that team for the World Championships. If I think like Venla Haju, for example, is going to be on the last leg for Tampere Printer, I think. And so, yeah, she's had that sprint focus. But Marika Taney, I mean, she is pretty much, she has been an all-rounder, but obviously this focus now on the forest is really paying off here. But, I mean, you kind of mentioned it earlier. If you look down all the names here, we've got a big kind of mix of experience. But if you Marika Taney does stand out on that list, doesn't she?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, and it's showing in the results here that she's really doing the job we're expecting from her.
So our second team coming through here, number one on their chest. They're the defending champions. Here's Jana Kjellvik-Löven, the Swedish runner, just coming through there, and Netherlands just behind Kaja Nordheim. So, and Hannah Sudol from Igtisa, who has climbed up quite a lot here actually, or maybe more like the other runners have dropped behind. So Igtisa now in the mix. So did Telly and Nick Van as well, Okokora, and then let's just try and see if we've got any other runners coming in here. So let's take a look then at this control, because this might explain why IFK Gothenburg are 1 minute 43 seconds down. Yeah, I mean, you look on the last few meters into that control, there's no features, are there? That's why it makes it so tricky.
Compass. That's your key when you're going into a control like this, and you need to know where you start with your compass direction, and yeah, that's the way. And if you don't see the control, then you might be in trouble.
And most of the runners will be using a thumb compass here.
Yes,
tends to be what's preferred by these top
Marika
runners.
Taney is not using a thumb compass, so maybe that's her secret.
Natalia Gempler doesn't use a thumb compass either. Sometimes she likes to brandish her compass at the camera at the end of the course and show, look, this has done me some good here. Here comes Gothenburg Mayenne through at this point as well. Lost quite a few places here, I think, down from 4th to 7th. And we can take a little zoom now as we are live with the GPS tracking. And now Marika Taney needs to be careful here, because there is danger at this point.
Yes, a really challenging place for her. And what's the feature that will let her know that she's too far left here? She's gone over this area with only rocks and rocky ground, and now she realizes where she is and turns down from this marshy area towards the slope where the control is.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Maybe her plan was to go a little bit left to get around the green area, but she went a bit too far left, and fortunately she could save it up quite soon and found an object that really stood out.
Cynthia Veskala there, a strong runner with Teresa Vittoria on the last leg. This is Vestovics coming through here as well. No Yves van Dongen in their team compared to their team that were in the top 3 at Tiomila. The Dutch runner focusing on the World Championships. This looks like Sophie Bachmann from Switzerland, who's running for Tampere and Parinto. And Fabian Rasti has Tulia Wiberg here as well. This is Linné, second place last time. Ida Öbro here. They've got Pia Youngvik on the last leg as well. So, I mean, when we're kind of looking at these teams, they, you know, they're getting well beyond the halfway point of this relay. As you can see there, in the end, Marika Taney getting into that control. Lou will have lost a little bit of time there, but ultimately still out in the lead with all the others chasing. They look like they're, you know, in a good position here. You should hopefully see that little bit of steeper ground as well by that control, hopefully.
Yes, but remembering it's only 2.5 meter contour intervals, it's not so clear as it might appear on the map.
No, exactly. So this gives you a little kind of overview of how the, you know, we have these groups, almost like a peloton almost in the race here. We've got Marika Taney out in the front, and then we've got another chasing group of just a few runners, and then another minute, at least a minute back to the next group with Gothenburg Minor coming in here. Tisarena Josephine Schienland just through. That's Emilia Thala for Helsingin Sinistayat, the Helsinki club, and Gothenburg's second team. Of course, they were third last time. Again, IFK Gothenburg missing some of their international runners. Simone Abersold isn't here. She's up in altitude training for the World Champs only a couple of weeks ago. Sara Hagström had a baby only a couple of months ago. She's actually in their third team, so she was down to be running today. So missing a couple of their top runners that maybe you would have seen really. I mean, I don't think it's going to affect their first team very much, but maybe it will affect their second team.
Yes, absolutely. They're not as wide in their material anymore as they were, for example, last year when they had 2 teams in the top 3.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think the feeling is that all these teams behind, they're losing time to Marika Taney and Kalevan Rasti at this point. So this could kind of be a decisive leg for the relay, since not that many teams are within striking distance for the win anymore. Like, if you're 7 minutes behind at this point, it's going to take some mistakes from the leading teams to get back into the fight.
Okay, let's have a little look at this fifth control. Ooh, nervousness here into this control. Nederland getting it okay, but Igtisa and Södertälje at SNO both struggling. And we often see this with orienteers. When they're not confident, they don't go far enough. And that's kind of what both of them have done.
Yeah, you have a long area here where you're not able to really locate, was this the boulder I was supposed to have or was it not? And then, yeah, you get unsure, and then you get a bit of this diffuse area where you see the green on the map. There's probably some patches also around which are, yeah, not really, you're not getting the visibility that you had earlier in the leg, and you get a bit stressed. You don't know exactly where you are. What do? You start running around and not going far enough.
So there are the standings. The gap 144 between Marika Taney and Johanna Shelvik-Löfven from IFK Gothenburg, and then a big group there. Of course, we're like losing people from this chasing group as every control kind of goes by, as you can see there with Södertälje. So yeah, it's really, really interesting, and more mistakes kind of being made to that control. That control is proving so tricky. I guess it's a long section with very few unique controls, and you've got the green, and yeah, really, really tricky stuff there. But
Igtisa found their control, but Snow and Westervik are still a bit lost here.
Tricky. Here's the next TV control. Then, we see them through.
I think Marika Teini should soon be approaching this, and here she is.
Yeah, there we go. Catching up, running through all of these other teams, looking just so comfortable and confident in this terrain. Of course, now she's got to go off of the tracks to try and go and overtake those other runners, taking her own route. Ooh, just getting back up on her feet there and trying to overtake all of these runners as she goes through. But I mean, still just looking so strong. This is a little recap then of this 5th control.
Tampere Pyrintö and Paimen Rasti got their controls nicely there. Then Line and now finally Södertälje Nykvarn Orientering got theirs, and also Suunta Jyväskylä. But Västervik is still heading the wrong way here.
Yeah, and it's going to really be, you know, hard to see them recovering from that and making it back into a position where they can be challenging from a top 3, to be honest.
I said before I thought Lena Alician Löf's experience would help her here, but maybe she doesn't have experience of this kind of terrain. She's really messing it up for them there.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, you know, repeating their second in Tiamila is going to be a really, I mean, that's basically it. They're not going to be able to do that now, are they?
Not anymore, no. They're too far down now.
So it's the standings of the previous split. You can see the gap was 144. We saw the mistake actually from Marika Teini at control 5, but it doesn't look like it has mattered at all, because in fact the gap is just growing as we have our chasing group here. And this chasing group, reminder, is getting smaller and smaller and smaller as we saw people have mistakes at that control number 5. But Kaja Visnes Nordhagen is through. Netherlands, IFK Gothenburg. We've got Okokora still doing a great job there, still in the mix here. Through, so 4 teams.
All the other teams are quite expected, but Okokora is really having a good relay here.
Yeah.
To still be up in the top 4 at this point in the relay, and they're in good company there, so let's see if they can take it all the way back from this relay leg.
And then obviously we're getting towards the second half. You know, we're in the second half of this 3rd leg now. We're starting to look at who's got what runners on the 4th leg, I think, and who's got, you know, you really need somebody world class on that 4th leg to be able to fight it out. That is where the teams put their best runners. We've got Sanna Fast, we've got Victoria Hestad Bjornstad. Will Elisa Matala be able to match that speed that'll be coming from behind?
She might not have the international experience that the other teams have on the last leg, but in Finland, in the relay leagues in Finland, she has really been doing good jobs in many of these relays that in more typical kind of terrains that we're seeing today. So I really believe in her chances of matching the other runner's pace. Why not even making gap bigger? If she can start out in a 2-minute lead like it's looking now, then she has any chances of keeping that lead, I'd say.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. You just saw the picture there. I'm sure we'll return to that one. That's where Lucy Tetrichkova made a mistake in the previous leg. Obviously, we can now show you that GPS tracking. So only 4 teams through, and that is basically because we had some mistakes at the 5th control. So it's just cutting that group smaller and smaller and smaller. I was listening to a lot of interviews from the teams ahead of this relay, and they were expecting really tight margins, I think, because they're expecting it to be flat and fast. And I think they've got it all wrong, really. They've got quite big margins here.
I think they've underestimated the rockiness of the terrain is what makes it physical in a different way than the climbing, but still running through the rocks. Now when it's raining, it's slippery everywhere, and you still have to have full control of your location all the time. And I think this could really be challenging, especially if you have not trained for this and you're not expecting it to be this rocky. Then it's a surprise for you, and that might result in time difference.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Here's Sophie Bachmann, who is climbing up actually here. Yeah, Enielova dropped from 4th to 12th on the second leg, but she's climbing back up now into 7th place for TP. And actually, yeah, we saw, I think Tampin Printer and Paimon Rasti both do a good control number 5, actually.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, they kind of came through the group that made mistakes there.
Yeah, absolutely. So 9 teams through at the moment.
This is kind of, yeah, if you're 5 minutes behind, it's right on the edge. Do you still have a chance to catch up with the leading teams if you have a really strong last leg runners? If you're there's no Tuve and Alexandersons in today's race, so
and no Simona Abbasol.
Exactly, those are the 2 runners that we've used to seeing they can take up minutes and minutes if their team is not in the lead. Then we don't have those last leg runners now. It's a bit more of an open game in the last leg, I say now. But of course, if you're more than 5 minutes behind, it's a bit of a challenge to catch up with the lead after that. There's so many good teams in between with good last leg runners.
Yeah, but a good third leg runner here. Marika Taney is still doing great work through here and probably extending her lead. It was 1:53 at the last one, punching the control there. A lonely run out in the forest for Marika Taney and continues just to look unbothered. I always think the fastest athletes almost look slow going through the terrain because they look very calm. They look like they float across this terrain and it's not easy. Okay, quick look here at control 9 where there was a forking. This is where basically Lucy Djichkova went to the wrong control. I think she went to M, but she had L. And yeah, you can see you've got all those Form 9 contours. It's very tricky.
It looks kind of, yeah. Once you get through this green area, you really need to locate where did I come through and where do I need to go next. But it looks like the visibility is good from the map here, but there's some patches of vegetation that makes the visibility lower, and you might not see all the objects that you are expecting from the map to see. So attacking these controls can be trickier in the terrain than it's on the screen here.
Yeah, that explains maybe some of the difficulties. We've got to look closely at Igtisa here, Hannah Sudol, because yeah, she's got to make a change of direction to get to M. And attack style is looking like she's doing a good job for Gothenburg Mayana here. But yeah, Igtisa, you really need to watch out now at this point. You can see the other 2 teams, Tamprin Printer and Paimon Rasti, look absolutely spot on their compass, textbook compass execution here. Right, looking for the chasing teams through now. We are approaching kind of the gap that they had before. We're going to look into the distance to see the next runners coming there. They're going to be the ones wearing the GPS vest. Here we go here. Oh no, not quite. Yes, there we go. Number 7 for Nederlands, Kaya Visisnornhagen is the next one through. A wave at the camera and they're approaching from a different direction, slightly different direction there for IFK Gothenburg, and the 2 of them in 2nd and 3rd place again lost another 15 seconds onto the leaders. Okokura is still up there. Great work for Elsa Kuiper for Okokura after a great leg from Vilma von Krusenferner on the second leg, and we can join our running cam. We'll try and get signal from our running cam just to follow Marika Taney through. She's had so many periods of success in her career, then had a bit of time with injury as well. So kind of great to see her back hopefully enjoying this orienteering and working hard through the forest here, actually.
For sure. I think she's sure that she's the first one going through the terrain and she really enjoys the position. It's not the first time she's in it and probably feels totally comfortable with it. While some of these runners coming to this control, Igtisa had a huge mistakes on this 9th control, but now she's found it and she's chasing the other teams. Maybe she can see those backs in front of her. And Linné is off to a yeah, not the right way that she should be going to get her M control here.
Yeah, it's way too far down the slope here, just not got the direction right. And are you surprised to see this many mistakes here on this relay?
Actually not. Just because the terrain varies so much, that makes it surprising. Once you come to this night control and the visibility is not what you're expecting, then you're suddenly up to totally different kind of challenges. How do I attack this control now when I can't see those features that I wanted to? So I think this is why we're seeing quite big time differences actually. After 3 legs we have a 2-minute gap, and within 10 minutes it's not more than 36 teams.
Okay, so 4 teams through. It was 2 minutes since we saw Okokora come through, and still we're waiting for the next place team to come through. This looks like Gothenburg-Mayen are coming through here now for the 5th place. Yeah, there we go, and a Taxdal through there. Still in that 5th position.
Sophie Bachmann for Tampere and Pyrintö coming there together with Tulia Wiberg from Paimio Rasti. Yeah. And also Suunto Jyväskylä with Pihla Häkkinen was there.
Yep, so we're nearly at the end of this 3rd leg of 4 with Marika Taney looking good here. Just on the kind of really the final stages of the course now. Fairly straightforward running from this point. A few on the track, so that control basically right at the end of the runway. This is the 12th control, and that's where the teams currently are. So that's the control before the one we've just seen Marika Taney go through. Okokora maybe a slightly, just slightly to the right of the others, but obviously that's the advantage of running in a group, isn't it? You can see those others get that control, and then you can join them there, and there's kind of no problems for that chasing group.
And if you're the 3rd one, then you can choose to take like a better runnability. If you see like they're making a turn, maybe you can cut that turn a little bit, and physically it might be easier to come from behind them. And we can see Kåre still has some power left in the legs here. Really nice job from Elsa Kaipe.
Yeah, this trio working hard and cutting across some of the tracks here. They are the chasing groups. They're over 2 minutes behind the lead. And really, you can always tell when the speed is high, when they spread out, of course. And it does look like it's Joanna Shelvick-Lövin who's pushing the pace here, because she is furthest away from our running cameras. We've still got the rain coming down here. I mean, if you're not too bothered by the rain in your eyes, it's quite nice. It's not too cold, actually, for orienteering. It's quite nice conditions, actually. As long as, I'm a glasses wearer, it's not very fun, but it looks really good for actually all of these runners coming through at this point. Here's Marika Taney, though. This is the lead here. This is Calvin Rasti, still looking fantastic.
Yes, she knows she's done a good leg, and she can probably hear the speaker in the arena already telling her that she's coming into the lead. She's only got 1 more control to go, and she can soon see that, so a really nice feeling.
Yeah, exactly. She can just hopefully enjoy this last section. It's always a little bit, confusing. Can be quite confusing in the last section. Obviously, you've got to run towards this control that you can't see from the other side, and now you've got to just follow all the tapes, follow the boards all the way through into the finish. And job more than done here. What a team tactics as well to put her on this leg too.
I know Marika doesn't like to run the last leg, so this is the perfect leg for her. She can kind of decide the relay without being the last leg runner, and really a middle distance type of leg that really suits her well.
Yep, so lots of applause from the crowd still yet to run, who've all got their umbrellas up here in this arena. She's approaching the finish line. She will go underneath our commentary position, make a 180-degree turn, and then head off in the other direction. Are we over time, under time?
We're 5 minutes over time when Marika comes to the finish now, so maybe the rain has slowed down the terrain slightly.
Yeah, running a little bit longer than we were expecting in total, and punching the control there. And we've got the last leg runners then waiting nervously here. Elisa Matala ready to go out. Here are the chasing group then on their way towards the last control, as Marika Taney is just about to go and pick up her map. But here the second and third place teams then here, Okokora and IFK Gothenburg. I'm mixing my my ways of saying all the letters and the languages here, but hopefully it's easy to follow along at home. Second and third place then here, neck and neck, with Netherlands just dropping a little bit there off the pace in this last section. There we go. There is the map, the last map for Team Kalevan Rasti in the lead. On this relay with the favourites IFK Gothenburg chasing hard here, and Elisa Matala out into this one. You're saying, I mean, there's so much a culture in Finnish orienteering of this relay league. They have so much practice at doing this relay league throughout the season for many, many years in a way that they don't really have in a lot of the other countries. And of course, competing on home ground here, it really does. You know, even if you're not a runner making a World Championships team, there's so much to be that you can learn from doing that, and we'll see that even more in the Jukkola relay.
Exactly,
as well.
You have like the runners behind the national team runners. They have something to aim for during the season.
Again, so impressive here from Elsa Kepa, who's just punching there to take second place for Kokora, as IFK Gothenburg in third. And actually, they've caught up about 30 seconds here in the end. So
I think this
finish.
running section, this really. It's better for these runners than for Marika Taney in the front.
Yeah.
In the orienteering part, she was really doing a good job keeping up the pace, but now when in this last 1 kilometer, 1.5 kilometer of fast section, then their runners are faster.
Yeah, you can really see that actually the Netherlands runner, Kai Visnes-Norgenholt, like struggling to stay with those, and I think that reflects that absolutely.
Exactly, and this might be a bit of a decisive gap already forming here between the third and the fourth runner. 20 seconds, can they see each other in the terrain still when they get out in the last leg? You'd like to have the confidence of seeing some of those back in front of you, even if you might expect some forking. So it will be a bit of a challenge for Victoria Hestad Björnstad running out then on the last leg, but here we have Sanna Fast.
Yeah, who for me, I mean, we know she's got this focus on the sprint season, but I think she's just the quickest, or one of the quickest out there. She's probably the quickest on this start list here in terms of raw speed,
yes.
Whether she's got that forest orienteering, the technical training to kind of back that up on a season that, for these World Cup, World Championships runners, is dominated by the sprint at the moment. Will she be able to keep that up? Oh, Sophie Backman's seriously looking good as well here, because she's got a little bit of a gap here. This looks really good alongside Pamyan Rasti. And yeah, she's been quite impressive for me here, Sophie Backman.
Yeah, and she's one of those runners who are not aiming for sprints. So she has been in the forest the whole spring while others have been on the tarmac.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe looking forward to the European Championships in Lithuania, kind of at the end of the summer. There's also a World Cup in Czechia still to come as well. But yeah, this is very impressive again from Sophie Backman. Changed over into 12th position. She's now up to 5th, and actually caught, maybe not caught up on the leaders, but hasn't lost much time at all on Marika Taney. Very impressive.
And also Tulia Wiberg and Pamyan Rasti is right on her heels and has been together for quite many of the TV controls we've seen. And then also Suunta Jyväskylä still kind of within striking distance there. following these two teams.
Yeah, Tulia Wiberg caught up from 14th to 6th, so a really crucial leg for her, for Paimien Rasti. And Cynthia Jyväskylä, that was catching up from 9th to 7th. Here as we see Cynthia Jyväskylä, the next team to go. And we've got some really good runners about to head out then. Victoria Hestad Bjornstad, Sophie Backman will hand over to Venla. Here she is, the European long distance champion, I think, from Estonia. Oh, this doesn't come easy to me. As I'm trying to remember back to the results there. I actually wasn't at that race, can't remember why. So there we go. Venla Hayu waiting to go out as Sophie Backman picks up her map there, shows her the number 4. Big smiles on her face then from Sophie Backman.
I think that's a good message to take on to the next runner, that you're smiling and that positive feeling goes on with Venla Hayu when she gets the map.
Yeah, she absolutely should feel like that as she goes out into the terrain. That's what you want to say. And yeah, a lot of the time, this is Amy Newman's going to head out there. Again, another really strong Finnish runner who's in a good position, looks happy to be heading out in 5th position there, or 6th position, sorry. And Teresa Roturier there, here we go, running out here for Cynthia Jyväskylä. And she's a really interesting runner because she was obviously Czech, but she's lived in Finland for quite a long time, has moved back to Czechia now, but actually got lots of experience in Finland.
Yes, absolutely. I think that helped, that she has run in Finnish terrains for a few years. That's been her home forest, and she's been aiming for the sprints now, so let's see how ready is she for this kind of a forest.
Yeah, absolutely. Toditelia and Igtisa just finishing there. They've still got quite a few meters to run, a couple of 100 meters to run before they actually do the exchange. As we see Amanda Klein waiting there, number 15 for Toditelia and Nick van Orienteering. The previous legs also changing over as well. Eva Ernhagen Jørgensen from Gothenburg, the young Danish runner, just there you can see ready to go out. So a lot of, obviously World Cup team names ready to head out on their race as well. Igtisa, Hannah Sudol is going to hand over to Elsa Kuza. This is We've got Ente Nui coming in as well. Going to hand over to Annie Tuomisto, Helsingin Synesayat, Eli Punto. Going to go out as well. And knackering out there for these women. Again, a lot of them, seeing how much tougher it was than they expected. Very, very interesting. I think we're going to catch up with some of the runners on interview very, very soon. Here's Linné coming in to the finish now as well. Obviously second last time with Tisaren as well. Josephine Schernlund, here she is here. About to punch the finish. This is 14th place at the moment for Josephine Schernlund. Going to hand over to Selina Sandvald. And Linné next here. Ida Obro going to hand over to Pia Young-Vick. There's Pia Young-Vick ready to go out now. Got a compass in her hand, just checking her pre-race routine. Keeping nice and loose, nice and calm here. She's going to try and see how many places she can catch. And another runner, as we mentioned, like Teresa Roturier, who's really got that sprint focus, and Pia Young-Vick, just broke onto the scene last season, which she was incredible at the end of last season.
Yeah, it's really nice to see how confident she is in the position of being one of the world's best sprinters now. And race after race, she's up there, and she could be a threat for a medal when we come to World Champs later.
I think you're so right. It's always, when you have a young runner or a new runner, they have one really good success, you're like, okay, did they just get lucky, or is this really class? And she's shown, hasn't she? Yeah. This is skill from Pia Young-Vick.
Absolutely, yes. And just as for Teresa Roturier earlier, how will she then handle this switch to these kind of rocky forests? while we see some beautiful images of Marika Tainey running through a wet Finnish forest.
Yeah, some pictures from that third leg as everyone's out on the fourth leg. Yeah, looks like no issues really for fourth leg runners so far. And yeah, I mean, will this have been the decisive moment for this relay, this third leg from Marika Tainey? We'll wait and see. We've got a nearly 10-kilometre course, just over 9 kilometres, in fact, course still to go, where we have those big hitters, you know, the really, really top names. That's the gap. So 1.5 minutes it was for Calvin Rasti, with IFK Gothenburg, the defending champions, in third place. Another 20 seconds back to New Netherlands as well, and another 2 minutes to fifth place. So that is how the standings are looking, with still, you know, there's lots of great runners on this last leg who could really climb places, aren't there?
Yeah, and it's a long leg, so there's plenty of time to make decisive moves. And here we see Elisa Mattila now showing how it's to be leading the Venla relay, going out on the last leg. She's picked her first control and is heading towards the second one.
Yeah, it looks like she's had no problems in what was a really tricky first part. And now we can talk about the first forking, finally. We can see a replay then from the fourth leg runners. Tell me about why this is so hard.
So there's no features really standing out here. Once you come from the start point through this green area, nothing really stands out. Then you should still know when you cross both of these roads, you need to know where you cross them, because that's your 100% sure feature there, where you are in one direction, but you also need to get your other direction. Where do you start attacking your control? If you have a D or B, it's a long way still from the road to get to those controls. So you need to be really good with your compass in this area.
Yeah, it's so tricky. But actually, all of these runners seem to have done a pretty decent job here. Definitely in Netherlands, like catching up a little bit. Cordo dropping back a little bit. But, I mean, out in the front, it's still looking very good. I was about to say very good for Elisa Mattila, who just kind of stopped here because she's... Yeah, going through a kind of marshy section that's a bit more low visibility. She's just got to keep direction here, but you can kind of tell there's some nervousness, I think.
There's this geological feature here that are these, it's something called rapakivi. That's also, believe it or not, the English term for these rocks, which are kind of, they very often look like a point knoll from one side, but a rock from the other side. And the speciality with them is that this rock kind of, the term means crumbling rock. So it kind of crumbles down, and maybe after 10 more years it's not a rock anymore, but it's a point knoll. So for mappers also it's a difficult task to map these objects, and sometimes they are mapped as point knolls and sometimes as boulders.
So behind Sanna Fast here, who's a minute and a half, or maybe even more now, behind the leading runners. And let's hear from the woman who's made a really big difference then on this leg, Marika Tainey. You looked so strong out there. How was it for you?
It was a decent run. I started quite fast because I knew that there is my chance to make some gap. But then I started to be quite tired in the last part of the leg and made some small mistakes, but it was a stable leg anyway.
Yeah, definitely. You pulled away, and obviously you're used to being in this position. What's going through your head when you're in the forest alone?
Well, of course, I would love to know what's the difference to the others, and if you are in the lead, because you never know. And in the end, I think it would be well, of course, I'm happy to be in the lead, but when you are running alone, you maybe cannot push so hard than if you see someone.
And we've seen a lot of runners making mistakes on the course here, and it's hard for us to see sometimes what is difficult about the terrain and about the course here. Can you give us some insight?
Well, I think because it's so like diffuse. Some parts are really fast and then it's suddenly really dense and you maybe don't see a stone which is like 10 meters from you. So it's like you really need to slow down in the right places.
And does this third leg really suit you then here, as opposed to being on like a first or a last leg?
Oh, sorry.
Why does this third leg really suit you?
Well, maybe because I'm a middle distance runner. It's my favorite leg, and I know that I can do good things there. Then it's like always nice to run it because you know that there is your best chance to do like some good for your team.
And did you try and send a message to Elisa? She went out on the last leg. You know, what do you hope for her?
Well, I said to Elisa just that be careful and remember to read the map. And Elisa has been in these positions also before, so I trust that she can handle this.
Great. Well, great work from you and good message to hand over to Elisa on the last leg. Thank you so much for chatting.
Thank you.
Well, she's already come through this point, the first TV control. Where are the others? Here we go. We can see, I think here, IFK Gothenburg and Sanna Fast. So the gap was, what, 1:35?
Yes, something like this. So she's catching up on her.
Yep, down to 1:11 now. And obviously, you know, Sanna Fast would have seen. She'll know exactly what the gap. Maybe she was counting it. But this is, really good to see her catching up a little bit of time here. And we've got Sophie Backman with us, third leg for Tampere Printer, coming into 5th place. It looked really strong for you, Sophie, and catching up a lot of places. How was it for you?
I had a really good race. I'm really happy with it. The first part was really physical, but I could catch the people that went out with me, and then in the middle there was some quite tricky forking, so that was tough, but I could pick my own forking, and then the end it was full speed to the finish, so I'm quite happy with the race.
Yeah, was there something about this race that really suited you, or like suited your orienteering skills?
Hard to say. No, I just knew that it will be tricky, so I really tried to take safe routes, good attack points, and I feel like, or we said that if we get through the race without big mistakes, then we're happy, and I think I could do that, so I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, and did you feel like you were catching up runners today?
I realized in the beginning that I caught like the pack that just started ahead of me, so that was nice. That was nice. That gave me some good feedback. But then in the forking we lost each other again, and it was a bit confusing. So in the beginning, yes, and then in the end, I didn't quite know how I was standing. So quite nice to see the 5 in the finish shoot.
Yeah, and you had a big smile on your face handing over to Venla as well, like hopefully giving her some good energy to go out there. What do you hope she can do on this course?
Yes, that's always our goal, try to smile when we hand over the map, so that's nice. Venla is a super strong runner, she has so much experience, so I know that she can do a really good race, and I wish her the best of luck.
Well, great job for you today. Thanks you for chatting as well. And we will get back to the race then, as we can see on the GPS tracking. Thank you, Sophie. We can see some of the runners here. And we've kind of got a few more gaps then here in the terrain. So I might just see how the standings were then at Control 4 and what the gaps were. But splitting up a bit.
Yes, so in the top 4, the Ukokore is not quite keeping up with Nydal and Sesko. And of course, Sanna Fast has had a really strong start catching up to Elisa Mattila and Kalevan Rasti. We saw some mistakes in the first controls from GMUK and Igtisa, so they have dropped a bit further back than they were before. All the other teams are doing a good job and still trying to make a good run of their last leg and take their team up to a good position.
So that was Venla Haji just gone through there, still in 5th place. It was 4:13, now 4:05. And I guess maybe that's not a gap that she can go to the leading team, but maybe to some of the other teams, catch up a few more positions.
Yeah, for sure. At least like top 4, I think they had the number big was 4, so at least to get to that is absolutely still capable of, and I think still. Yeah, the fight is not over for the first place either. It's a really tricky terrain, so we still have many kilometers ahead of us.
Yeah, so this is the live GPS tracking. As you can see then, the different forkings, actually really splitting up the runners. And I always love the creativity of the forking when it comes to Venla and to Jukkola.
And I think especially like if you follow a runner into the wrong forking, it's really hard in this terrain to relocate then. It's not like maybe you thought everything was exactly like coming into this fifth control. Everything looked really similar once you come into any of these controls. And then you come to punch the control and notice it's not yours. Then what do you do if you really thought that everything was as it was supposed to be? So I think this is special about Jukkola course setter, how they prepare the forkings is that they try to make it difficult to know that you're going to the wrong control unless you're relying on your compass or have time to look at that. Then you should see the difference.
Yeah, so the gap, you see the tail there on the GPS was 30 seconds, and we should see the next runners through. So Pemmin Rasti, bib number 12, so doing well. You know, their team really doing well, getting ahead of their finishing position from last year. Just looking at who we should be seeing next through, and I think we've got a group heading this way towards this control. There we go, here we can see the next runners here. This is 24, this is Teresa Roturier for Cynthia Vescola, and she is still in this 7th place. And she's actually lost a lot of time here, actually. Lost a couple of minutes, has Teresa Roturier. We'll try and figure out why that is. So we've got Entenui, Igtisa, Sedatelia and Gotham through here. And actually, yeah, there's a couple of minutes there lost very early on by team number 24, Cynthia Vescola.
I think she was also one of those teams on the first control already having some challenges.
Yes. Very tricky. We had a little look at that first control. 4 different controls, 2 much closer than the other 2, and all in a very, very flat section of terrain where really very few features you have to absolutely spot on your compass.
Maybe this could also show that she hasn't been in the forest so much in recent weeks. She's been focusing on World Cups and the upcoming World Championships in Genoa.
Yeah, exactly. You get back in the forest and you maybe have some difficulties. Here's Pia Young-Vic. So how has Pia Young-Vic done? I'm just trying to see where she was. So they was 7:54 behind, 7:18 now. So really a good start then. The opposite start to Teresa Roturier. This is really good. Okay, so now we can start to look at the gap then on the screen there. About 1 minute between the first team and the second team. So it is getting closer and closer.
Yeah, and here we got a bit of a longer leg here, and just need to get around this green marshy area in the middle. And there's 2 options. You go to the left or to the right, and try to find a way that suits your orienteering style to attack the 8th control in a safe way. It's a diffuse area again where that control is, so you need to be really sure about your direction when you cross this big path 100 meters before the control. It looked for a time there that Sanna Fast was going to go left, but now she turns a little bit towards the same direction as Elisa Mattila is.
And those green stripes where Elisa Mattila is, what's that likely to be?
That's probably in here, it's thin forest, so you'd have like small trees laying on the ground, and it just shows that it's a bit slower to get past this area. The visibility is still good opposed to the green areas where the visibility is also lower. So with the green stripes, it's something on the ground slowing you down.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, you might want to avoid that. I mean, Sanna Fast just looks like she's going straight at the moment. And she might hit that green and decide, well, no, maybe I don't want to do that.
She doesn't want to go through this green once she sees it. It's not a long way to get through it, so you could fight your way through it, but it's not a comfortable way to get towards state control.
No, and she's approached that now. Will she? I think she's going through it. Yeah, she's a fighter.
The gap was about 125 before this. Let's see how this green area affects her.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get on next TV control, I think, at number 9. And so we'll get the split there to find out what that gap has been. But she's nearly through it now.
Yeah. She's a fighter for sure. She got through it, and it doesn't look like the gap has gotten that much longer. I mean, the darker the green is, that shows you how much the runnability should slow you down. So it doesn't slow down Sanna Fast the way it slows down the average orienteer, it looks like.
So we've had about 75 teams finish leg number 3 now, as we're obviously partway through leg number 4 with our leaders. We had the likes of Simona Nigli on that leg, finishing for OL Norska in 61st position. And obviously with our leaders here on this 9-kilometre course, approaching the very far end of the map now.
And now we can see Ukko Kore and Nydalen are making different route choices. They were quite close to each other heading out on this leg, and now it looks like Kore is taking a left route choice.
Okay, so waiting at the next TV control, and it's not that dark in the forest. I think there's just the camera settings making it look a little bit darker, as we've still got rain here at this arena. Loads of umbrellas still up there in the terrain, and we're waiting for our leader coming through. Looking out for Calvin Rasti and Elisa Mattila.
Of course, having all these people close to the control, that might help you attacking the control, but if you're coming from the exact same direction as all the others, then it's not a nice feeling to have to pass all these people. We're expecting Elisa Mattila to come from a bit further, maybe from the right, if she's coming the optimal direction. And I think here she is.
Yeah, there we go. You said she should come from the right if she's doing the optimal. She absolutely is. And still nice and calm coming through here. Just spending a good amount of time checking the map and checking the direction. And there is live tracking. So she just punched that 9th control. And we will see what the gap is going to be then back to Sanna Fast. And we've got Victoria Hestad Bjornstad, that's Nydalen, and we've got Venla Harju for Tampering Printo, red there. Okakora is Vendela Söderqvist. Pamin Rassi, Amy Newman. And we already know we've seen kind of mistakes from Teresa Riturie. She's back. Cynthia Veskala, that's the S-JKL.
JKL standing for Jyväskylä, yes.
Exactly. If you're trying to match what we're saying to what you can see on the screen, if you're not maybe a regular viewer. Here's Sanna Fast then, 1:04. Gradually being reeled in. And, will it be enough? Will it be enough?
I mean, the pace is just a bit higher in Sanna Fast's body right now, and I thought also Elisa Mattila looked comfortable in the position, but having Sanna Fast chase you, it's not the best position to be in, but she can only affect her own orienteering in the front now for Elisa Mattila, and then see if it's good enough. And it's definitely not over for the victory fight here.
No, and the two of them have got a kind of different pressure on themselves here. One of them defending champions, multi-defending champions, and then you're kind of the chaser versus being chased. It's different,
it's a very different, mentally it's a very different situation to head out into the forest. In the back here, we've seen Kore and Nydalen had different route choices. Looked like Kore lost a little bit on that left route choice coming to the 8th, and Venla Harju took a right route choice, did it all right, and is not far from Kore's back now.
Yeah, to maintain, that 4th place that they were last year, and I would kind of expect that to, her to gradually reel in Okakora.
Yes, we haven't seen Vendela Söderqvist fight this high up in the rank so often, so Venla is more comfortable in this situation, and surely also in this terrain type.
Yeah, absolutely. So still here at this 9th control then, waiting for the next team through. Looking for Victoria Hestad Bjornstad. Should be the next one in. Here she comes. the Norwegian national team runner going to the World Champs, I believe. A lot of those teams announced in the last couple of weeks to make the trip over to Italy. And still more runners coming through from the previous legs. This is such a big part of Venla, such a big part of Jukkola is having all those teams. And we're so used to in orienteering, you know, oh, here comes Okokora and Vendela Söderqvist coming through now. You know, in orienteering, you run your age class, don't you? But here you're running the same as the elite. It's such a different experience. But here we go. This is going to be such an interesting leg.
This is the longest leg of the Venla relay this year. And we see two runners in the front taking totally different route choices. If you take the left route choice, you can run on the path and get kind of different muscle groups working for a while. If you go straight, there's a few different options here. Do you climb up this hill or do you go around it? So Sanna Fast was on a straight route choice while Elisa Mattila was going left around.
And hopefully we can get some comparison of who's doing that well. This is Venla Haju through here. I hopefully we'll see lots of that leg on the GPS tracking because there's other routes we can go as well, and we might see those being taken by the likes of Venla Haju as well. And one of those routes, I guess, is to go via 6, pretty much.
Exactly. You also get a big road if you go that way.
Yep. Amy Niemann through here, just 15 seconds behind Venla Haju. She's going to want to stay in touch.
She's had a good start. Yes, so you could also go all the way to this road leading to control number 6. If you take one of these left or straight options, then you have a bit of more green-yellowish area here in the last third of the leg, and you need to find good passages through this area to not lose time compared to those coming in more from the left where the terrain is more white on the map, meaning there's better visibility and probably also better runnability from that side.
Yeah, this is Victoria Hestad Bjornstad, who I think we've seen a lot of her running for AFK Gothenburg, so now in Netherlands shirts. And which way is she going then?
So she actually entered that 10th control into the marsh. Maybe she's used from Norway to run up these long, big marshes, and she exited it in a different direction than Sanna Fast, who's kind of also on a similar-looking route choice then later in the leg. The other teams behind, Okokora is also on a straightish route choice, as well as Tampere and Pyrintä, who's punched the 10 control.
So Antenui, next one through, Anu Tuomisto. Working hard here and going to improve on their position from last time. So to Södertälje, Nick Von with Amanda Klein, and there's Teresa Roturier there as well in 9th. 10th place goes to Eva Ernhagen Jørgensen, who is gone through in that group. So Antenui, Södertälje, Nick Von, Sinti Vesco, Joachim Bergmeier all together.
And we see Emmy Nymalm is going on this route choice where you have the path to the right side, but her exit direction is not quite optimal. She's almost going,
so
90
she's going
degrees
back
compared
via,
to some of the
she's
others.
going back via 9,
yeah, kind of that
yeah?
way, yeah. I mean, the hill south of number 9 is not so big. I think you should exit the control a bit more.
Kind of south,
yeah,
like kind of southwest, as opposed to going west.
Exactly, not straight to the road, but a bit, cutting that corner there to get to the road.
So we're still behind Victoria Hestad Bjornstad, Norwegian international, currently in 3rd place, going quite a direct route. She's gone up the marsh now. She's got to avoid some of the rocky area on this long leg, as we can see Nidal in there, the brown colour. And now we can see these athletes coming back together. And actually, we didn't really expect maybe Kalev and Rasti to go that way.
Yeah, we were thinking they would stay too far to the left from the control line, but they decided to go close to the line, and maybe they can find a nice way through the green area here, but kind of it's a long way to get to this point if you exit the control going to the left first.
Yeah, we thought they'd stay, a long way further from the line, going the white bit on the kind of slope with the rock. But no, back by the power line. And power lines often not fun to run underneath.
Yes, depending on when they're being thinned. Like usually you have lots of vegetation growing up there, and it should be shown on the map as these green stripes if there's lots of this stuff on the ground that's slowing you down.
And there is. Here's Eli Punto punching there for Helsinki Sinstiat into 11th place. Again, one of these names we're going to hear loads of from the future, I'm sure, as her successful junior career continues into being a senior. And then, okay, now different routes then here into the 11th control as we go back to Victoria Hester Bjornstad, and you can pick up what it's like running over some of these tall, these hills. I mean, hardly hills. I think I read in the terrain notes, maximum elevation is like the height difference is like 45 meters. It's flat. It's super flat.
Actually, there where we just saw like them taking different route choices, I think there's a chance that Sanna Fast saw Elisa Mattila in front of her, and she decided to jump into the forest, not follow Elisa Mattila under the power line. So she's doing her own job, not just catching the lead, but maybe wanting to not be seen and maybe get ahead of her behind without Elisa Mattila knowing about her.
So Pia Young-Vik there in 13th place, but she's lost 2 minutes. Has Pia Young-Vik for OK Linné. Let's see if we can. I'm going to set you the task of seeing if you can find out where that was. Morten?
On the 7th control, she's made a big mistake
yeah.
there.
What's she done? She's kind of got on the wrong line and gone too far?
Yeah, she's not gone far enough down towards the marsh attacking the control, but saw some features on the top looking similar, and
I think that's a parallel error. She's too far to the right.
Exactly.
She's running kind of to the left of some rocks, but she's one line of rocks over than where she thought she was.
Absolutely, yeah. It's probably what happened, and then she might have seen the power line and turned around.
Yeah, that's true. So Stora Tuna here into 16th, improving on their 21st place from last time. Of course, no Tova Alexanderson. We actually thought she was going to be running the European Trail Running Championships last weekend in Slovenia. Ended up saying she wasn't race fit, pulled out of that one, which was such a shame. She was like basically expected to be the big favourite. And then another orienteer goes and wins it anyway.
Seems like Tove had some kind of ankle injury that made her do that decision, and let's see what she decides on for the rest of the season now. She has that individual spot for walk, so let's see. If it's an ankle injury, it will be hard for her to continue running trail races. But
can she take up that position this late?
She could. I don't think the entry deadline has passed yet, so
I mean, that would be so unlikely.
But
I think she's made no secret of the fact that she doesn't enjoy the sprint training and the sprint races as much as the forest.
But she loves racing, and if she can't run a trail race, what shall we do then? If she's injured her ankle and can't do that, we'll see.
Okay, right. So these different routes going into 11, I'm still on the fence as to who's going to get there first, because it did look like obviously Calvin Rasti was so far ahead, but look, she's running half the speed of Sanna Fast, and that is all about going through the really awful terrain.
Part. Yes, this is a bad part that you want to avoid. And Sanna Fast went on a straight route choice, but then she's found like these really nice runnability areas. She's found some white areas in between the greens, and I think we might see them together at the 11th control.
I think you could be right.
And we see Venla Harju from Tampere Pyrinto is taking this left route choice where she's going all the way around to the left, and might have a tricky approach to the control, but let's see what she chooses. And then Kåre and Nydalen are then on a straight line here, while Paimon Rusty is going around to the right, even further here towards the end of the leg. And let's see which way she finds then Amy Newman through the yellow
Yeah,
and
because
green.
there's a really bit with these double green lines that's underneath the power line near where you've got the 30-second mark there.
Exactly.
That's really
even more
awful.
obstacles on the ground that you will not be able to run on anymore, but you're probably walking through that part.
So there we go, they're together.
Yes, and exciting. How do they react to this situation then when they see the other runner next to them?
Well, one of them will be happier than the other one. Sanna Fass will be a lot happier than Elisa Mattila.
On the other hand, then Elisa Mattila might be happy that she caught Sanna Fass in the forest, like that she didn't slip out of her sight without her knowing what the situation is. Now she knows, probably she can expect that they are the leading duo.
Yeah, and we've got this camera runner here that's just going to try and pick up these two. We can see it controlling the distance there. And just, ooh, are they making a mistake?
I mean, the shock
Ooh,
of
they're
seeing each
making a
other
mistake.
might lead to this.
They're really close. Here we go. This is a view, and are they heading the right way again? I mean, it's like, it's a few seconds. It's 20 seconds, maybe? Maybe more? I don't know. Anyway, here they are in the picture, running out of this control, and we can catch them up here. So 2 teams together at the lead of this relay. It is IFK Gothenburg and Calvin Rasti together. 2 teams on paper that would have been in our favourites, and both of the teams with really good runs here. And whoa, you can see picking across this rock. That's what makes it, I mean, you can see here, that's what makes it slow, right?
Exactly.
That's a textbook example of it being slow.
Yes, physically this is slow. Even if it's white in the forest, there's still so many of these boulders, small boulders on the ground. And it's actually, this part is shown as, rocky ground, so you would expect it to be slow runnability, but there's also part of this terrain that has just white on the map, but there's still some small stones here and there, making it, a bit slower than whites in other forests, in other terrains.
And you really have to focus more on where you're running as well, don't you? Which adds to it being difficult.
Exactly, you need to really look on the ground too, where you're putting your feet, not just out into the terrain and on your map, but that keeps you busy also.
So the gap, the 1.5 minutes has been caught then by Sanna Fass, and we have these 2 runners together, and often, when you see them drifting apart a little bit, you can kind of tell they're doing their own thing. They've got to focus on their own races here. And obviously 2 very, very different runners, as we were talking about in terms of their experience. One with a lot of that international experience, the other with a lot of the domestic relay league experience. And it's both going to kind of come into play when you have a relay like this. But I mean, Sanna Fass, she's so good at the sprint this year, but really until this year she'd barely done any sprinting. I think she's a proper forest runner,
Yes, until this year for sure, yes, but now how does that affect her? Can she keep up the pace for this long? Like it's still a long orienteering leg. Can her body cope with this for this long? Let's see. It's still some controls to go before we get to the final where you need to decide for your team.
So you can see different forkings then here for the 2 leaders, which will split them up. And could this be Venla Haju there, TP in the red, pulling herself into a 3rd place here ahead of Victoria Heistad Bjornstad? A really nice route for her.
Yes, for sure. She really stuck to her route choice to the left over there. But there's also Paimio and Rusty, who was started on this leg 15 minutes behind, took this right route choice, and they were not far from each other there on the GPS when we saw them.
So the 2 leaders have split up here on this scaffold control. No issues there at all for Elisa Mattila. This is a splitting here. Tricky control. So obviously somebody else previously in the team will have had the other option. And look here, back at this chasing group. Nederland and Tamprin Parinto together at control number 11, Okokura. So watch out there.
I think they might have gotten out of sight, like they're now 25 meters away from the others, but it's green around there.
Yeah. We saw the visibility. I mean, that's what makes it tricky when you have the greenness, you can't follow at all, and it changes a lot. And it's not really marked on the map, some of the differences in vegetation.
And especially now when they haven't seen other teams for a while, like, are they even expecting to see someone here at the control? And probably when it gets white again, then those teams could see the other teams ahead of them.
Well, there's still rain coming down here over the forest, over this arena as well, and catching the runners through. You can see some of the faster moving athletes going towards the left there on the picture.
I think that was Elisa Mattila to the left, and we should have seen Sanna Fast coming somewhere from the right, but we're back at the TV control.
Yeah, so this is the common control after this forking then. Who's going to be the first one to get there? Will they get there at the same time? I think they will. They're going to come from both directions. Oh, they're so evenly matched then at the moment, those two runners together. Still after that, and we can see our camera runner there as well, who always do a great job just bringing us the pictures. I mean, the Ks that they run, it's incredible, the job that they do, and obviously giving way then here. So there's still a bit of tricky orienteering to go. There's still a couple of this area where we know others have had problems before. The next two controls, I think, would definitely come under that. And then it's very physical at the end, definitely from what we've seen from the others. And that might be where you'd back Sanna Fast, I think.
Yes, absolutely. And I think she also looked more decisive. Like here, when they came together again, she kind of, with her body, reacted like, I want to be in the lead. And Elisa Mattila just took her position as second.
Look at this 12th control here. I don't know whether either of them have got it. Oh, maybe.
I think it's not on the boulder. It's on the top of the hill, but it looks like Venla has not punched that control,
or maybe the GPS is just a bit out. I think we'll see if they start to turn back, because obviously they've got the different forkings there, so they're going to have to split up into that direction. Well, we'll just keep an eye on that one for you. Behind Elisa Mattila. And can we see ahead? Sanna Fast. We can. So the view that these athletes will have through the terrain. Yeah, Sanna Fast just pushing the pace here, trying to get a little bit of a gap here. But I mean, if you're Elisa Mattila, you know you've got to, you probably can't match the speed of Sanna Fast. You've got to make sure your orienteering is really good.
Exactly.
And making sure that if Sanna Fast is going to make a mistake, you do not, and you can get ahead.
Absolutely. That's how Elisa should be thinking about it. And she probably feels slightly more comfortable in this terrain type now than Sanna Fast, considering Sanna's sprint focus. Elisa Mattila is a pure forest orienteer, so she would have been in the forest. Yes, and Venla Harju did a mistake to the 12th control, and now Nydalen and Paimon Rasti are ahead of Tampere Pyrintä.
Yeah, looked like Tampere Pyrintä was going for a third place there, but now dropping back to 6th. Here's the next control, the 15th control. The gap, more than 2 minutes. So should be approaching from the left, the next team.
So Paimon Rasti and Nydalen had one of the forkings before this control, while Venla Harju and Tampere Pyrintä had the other one. But it looks like now the gap is quite big between those teams. So when we have Victoria Heistad-Bjørstad coming in, punching there, and I believe Amy Nyman should be pretty close. Yeah, there she's approaching. They're teams 3 and 4 here. And there's a gap until the next teams now.
But there's such a gap that we can skip forward to the next TV control, and we're looking for the leaders coming through here. Will it be blue and white? Yes, it will. But again, it's just eking out, just a couple of seconds every time, isn't it? It's just gradually. It's the same way that she reeled her in. It's just gradually.
Yeah, but now, yeah, it definitely feels now this is the physical difference between these two runners. She would not like to let this many seconds, like Elisa would not like to be these meters behind that she is now, but she'd rather be just on Sanna Fast's heels.
So then, really approaching the arena now, and yeah, you could have choose to avoid this green, which it looks like that's what Sanna Fast is doing for IFK Gothenburg. But again, it's quite a tricky control. There's like, you know, nothing in the run up to that control. You've got to be really good with your compass again.
Absolutely, like, and what are the features that you rely on really here after you get to the road? There's not any features there really that will stand out.
But hopefully you should see the road beyond the control, maybe,
Possibly.
and see the bend.
Seeing the bend from the road, though, I think this could be tricky. I mean,
yeah, that's true. You might just see little bits of the road in amongst it, but yeah, not really. Okay, so let's see the damage done by this mistake then from Venla Harju. This was a mistake. 2 controls before this one.
Ooh, it's quite big.
It is, like 2 minutes, because she basically, well, she was ahead or with New Darlands, and
she
a little bit too far north.
She did a really good long leg, but then she didn't have the orienteering with her. Maybe if she saw the other runners, maybe that messed up her mind there, and she couldn't handle it, even if they had the same control on the next.
This is Okokora, still into 6th place.
I think this is still a fantastic team performance from Okokora. Venla Söderqvist is doing a good job on the last leg after the 3 runners ahead of her did a good job.
Yeah, if you're thinking about the start number on their bib compared with the result, I mean, they're having the best run so far, these top teams, certainly. As you see, Sanna Fast here, and she's just looking around her, actually. And this is kind of what you expect. This is this very flat, white terrain here. We've got some boulders, and you just have to whack on a compass bearing, follow it, keep checking it as well, and just making sure you're powering through the terrain. Having a good judge of distance as well. And obviously it's quite nervous moments here, because you know this is towards the end of the relay, you know you've got your other runner here and you are going out in the lead. The other runner behind you can see any mistakes because it's super open, but there we go, no problems.
I think this was a really decisive control. Once you have punched this control and you're ahead, then it's not so tricky orienteering from here on, so it's really looking favor of IFK Göteborg now.
Yeah, you can see the gap kind of just growing again as well in the terrain, and now is where Sanna Fast can unleash that sprint speed that she's got. But yeah, I mean, obviously we have all sorts of, as you know, there we go, there's the gap. That's what the gap is, what, like 30 seconds pretty much. So it's just grown then on that section through the green there. And yeah, Sanna Fast, she's had that sprint, but she's got that long-term, you know, forest pedigree that's really proved it here, basically.
And really now this is the control we've seen before also in the end of the runway of this small airstrip. She's looking behind, and she can she even see Kalamarasti behind this?
I don't think so, not at all. Because they won't approach from the left, they'll come out of the little track, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
More towards the right of the picture, as you can see there. We can just kind of catch her through on this little track here, as it's only a few more controls to go. Here's Elisa Mattila. I mean, still really good for her. Again, not really any mistakes particularly. I mean, maybe the route choice, but I mean,
the long leg
route choice. but no execution mistakes from either of these two, really.
No, not really. Nothing
that we could
more
really
than a few
see.
seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. There was a little bit on. What was it? Yeah, 11 or 11. But she's approaching then the cutting through the terrain here. She's approaching the arena. You can just see obviously they're quite easy to spot then, these athletes, because they've got the GPS bibs on, the white bibs. They can really actually spot them here going across this kind of dirt racetrack. There's a few lumps and bumps and hills and depressions in amongst this one, and I mean, look at that. That's exactly what you want to see if you're the teammate of Sanne Fast is only her in the shots.
Yes, really nice. This is the second last control, and she can almost see the last control area from here already, and she really takes her time punching that control, making sure she gets all the punches from the controls with her. And one last control to go.
Yeah, splashing through the water, and she's still looking behind her. She kind of wants to know she's got to prepare herself, I think, for a sprint finish. And she absolutely does not, because, you know, her physicality is enough that she's managed to get a significant gap in second place. And her teammates will be waiting for her, I'm sure, at the arena here. She keeps looking behind. She doesn't need to.
It sounds like she could hear from some of the spectators now that she's in the lead, because in the forest, you never know as an orienteer, like, has somebody gone ahead somewhere?
No, that's true. I mean, she went out in, third place, called up a few places then. First leg, Erika Shelvik-Leuven just, you know, in and amongst that leading groups, was changed over in 17th. Malin Egevic Christiansen did a fantastic job on second leg, pulled them up into the lead. Johanna Shelvik-Leuven, you know, stable leg enough on the third leg, where we saw Marika Taney do fantastic work. But then Sanne Fast in here, and it was always going to be those two runners on the two long legs, wasn't it? Malin and Sanne, and then joined by the two Shelvik-Leuven sisters next. And there we go, the four of them clear here for another win for IFK Gothenburg. How many in a row now?
There's been a few, I'm not sure, but yeah, at least it's only one IFK Göteborg team now we have, but such a nice team performance from them once again. Yeah. Even without Simona Ebersold.
Even without Simona Ebersold. Crossing the line here, there we go. She'll just go and punch the finish. And great work from the four of them. IFK Gothenburg once again the best women's club in orienteering, and just a dominating performance. A great team tactics in terms of where they put their runners. I think it was fairly obvious on paper, but you know, they've absolutely stuck to that. And there we go. We can have the whole Kalevan Rasti team also coming in together now. This is a team: Siri Silverloinen, Ida Happala, Marika Taney and Elisa Mattala. And the two middle leg all of them were great, but the two middle leg runners for me, Ida Happala pulling up from 12th to 2nd was just a brilliant there, and Marika Taney pulling out the lead that she was able to get there. Elisa Mattala, not the speed to match Sanne Fast, but I mean, pretty much nobody in this field has the top speeds that Sanne Fast has going into this one. So a well deserved, hard earned second place then for them. And now we have the fights are on then for third place. And that's Victoria Hester Bjornstad just punching there, but she's 8 seconds behind Pamian Rasti. And I think they are not a team anyone would have picked for being in the top three.
No, it's a stable team with Finnish runners, and they've done a really good team performance. I mean, they're also a team there that's run these Finnish Relay Leagues races, and they've built confidence from them. And here we go. If it's in a Finnish terrain, then it favors the Finns a little bit.
Yeah, so we can follow behind now Amy Niemann.
It's definitely not decided between these two teams yet. I mean,
No.
we know the speed Victoria Hestad-Björström can also have on the final sprint, so see what happens.
But they kind of were together. It feels like she's almost dropped back, though. I'm actually quite surprised, but she'll be working hard to try and catch up there. Yeah, you can see really strong breathing there, and she's got to try and just get on the back there. I think you're right. It's not over. 8 seconds is not a long amount of time. And we've still got a little bit of orienteering to go.
2 more controls to find.
Yep. Oh, she's not going to cut that corner. It was an option. And then we go behind these couple of teams then here.
Ooh, they're a bit on different
micro route
lines here.
choices.
Yes.
They're coming together though. And nervy moments for the 3rd place spot here at Venla. They're back together again, and this could be a sprint finish then. There's still a good few hundred meters still to go. This is the second to last control for these two teams, and now Victoria Hestad-Björnstad is ahead. Has she timed it better on the long run into home here? There's quite a stretch in front of the crowd, in front of the spectators here as well. So it's very intense work, and now you feel that Amy Niemann just dropped back slightly, but she's she's still fighting hard. Actually, she's still fighting hard, and there's the last control still to go. But Victoria Hestad-Björnstad, can she bring Netherlands home into 3rd place? A great first. I mean, again, a great all-round team performance from them. A few wobbles here and there, but Anna-Margrethe Hasken-Norberg with the fastest on the first leg. Just always being in the mix. And that's exactly what you need in order to get a top 3 position at Venla. There she comes. There's Amy Niemann taking the different way around. And that's the last control.
Ooh.
So
can you tell from her body language she's quite tired already now? Can she still find some more power to catch Victoria? It looks like undoubtedly now that Victoria Hestad-Björnstad looks like coming home in 3rd, but still the last final sprint to go here.
Yeah, it's not completely over, but you can see, as you said, in the body language of Amy Niemann, it does look like it will be 3rd place for Netherlands here on this relay. And she's going to come through. Yeah, Amy Niemann has definitely not given up. She's not backing off the pace, but it will be 3rd place for Netherlands here. Anna-Margrethe Hasken-Norberg, Anna Dyrkorn, Kaja Visnes-Nordhagen and Victoria Hestad-Björnstad. Every single point in this relay, every single TV control in amongst the top 5. Pemian Rasti, Tulia Wiberg for me. In fact, climbing places all the way pretty much through from the 2nd leg, Milja Vatia to Tulia Wiberg, 3rd place, 3rd leg. Amy Niemann catching from 6th to 4th. Nicely done there with putting their stronger runners out towards the end. This is Okokora here.
But they're caught up with, there's a bigger group coming in soon. Let's see. This will be an interesting final sprint between these teams coming next. They still have 2 more controls to go, and here we see them coming into the drone image.
So who have we got in this picture here? Who have we got in this group?
It's Tampereen Pyrintö, UK Linné, Kåre, and then there's a bit of a gap to Suunta Jyväskylä, NTNUI, and Södertörn Nykvarn orienteering.
Yeah, you can see them all on this picture here. There's Venla Harju kind of to the bottom of the picture, but that is Pia Young-Vick from Linné, and she's caught up here. She's moved through this pack despite making mistakes. Remember, we saw a mistake, what was it, 7th control, I think, but she's managed to catch up here. There's Teresa Vittoria for Suunta Jyväskylä. There's NTNUI as well. There's Södertälje Nykvarn, number 15.
I think, it was Pia Young-Wik took a decisive, better route choice into this second last control, and that's where she got ahead of a couple of the teams ahead of her.
And I mean, you wouldn't want to be in a sprint finish against Pia Young-Wik, to be honest. And there they are, all strung out behind her. We've had 4 teams into the finish so far. We're looking for the 5th place team now. It's the ones wearing number 2, OK Linné, with some mistakes from various members of their team, but including Pia Young-Wik here on this last leg, but she's got it right here at the end. Those knockout sprint tactics coming into play. There's Venla as well, not going to those Sprint World Championships, doing a great job. So there's really some wrestling here for these positions inside the top 10. And this is really exciting to see who's going to make it over the line first. Catch them over, coming over this crest of the hill in towards the final finishing straight here. Here's Pia Young-Wik from OK Linné. And nobody's going to catch her for 5th place.
No, there's not a chance anymore.
No chance as we watch the others coming down the hill, where I think we could see some few sprint outs. A big grin on Pia Young-Vik's face as she's caught up time then on this, or caught up places certainly on this last leg. The kicking there. There's Venla, and you can see she's got that kind of short stride compared to Teresa Ritoria, who's trying to catch her, but I don't think it's going to be quite far enough. Ritoria is really fighting hard here, but Venla is just going to do it for Tampere Printo after mistakes out on the course there. Then comes Cynthia Veskala in for 7th place. Then comes Okakura with a great result for that relatively inexperienced team. And then we've got Antenui in as well. Oh my gosh, all sorts of drama in there as well. But Victoria Hurstad Bjornstad for 3rd place for Netherlands. What an exciting end to the race. And you look so strong there on the last stages.
Thank you. It was a tough fight, and I was not sure if I would make it, but I really caught my eyes on Amy and tried to close the gap.
Yeah, and we could see you took some really nice micro route choices to that last control. Tell me a little bit more about the rest of your race and how you experienced that.
Well, maybe the best technical performance was really in the end. I had a lot of struggles during the race. Not any huge mistakes, but minor ones, and it takes some time to just understand what is happening. So it was a really tough technically race.
Yeah, tell me a bit what it's like when you're focusing on sprints so much this season, and then you have to come in for such a big race as this one.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult. Not all of the sprint runners are here either, but I feel like it gives so much energy, so it's worth it. And then while we're here, we only think about the forest races, so you kind of put the sprint to the back of your head and focus on what is in front of you.
Yeah, and was the terrain more tough than you expected it to be? We've had a lot of runners finding it quite tricky out there.
Yes, and particularly because it was so wet, so it gets slippery and tough. And also we expected it to be, easier with these stones, the grey areas, but they were not so prevalent as I had hoped.
Yeah. Well, great work there for 3rd place. Thank you so much, Victoria.
Thank you.
Okay, we've seen a few more runners come in. MS Palmer, that was Maya Sianoyo, another good sprinter coming in as well. And I think we're going to hear from the winners very, very soon with Sanna Fass on the last leg. This looks like, is this Maria Larsson coming in here for Stora Tuna?
Yes,
next
indeed.
one in. Yeah, there we go. About for 13th place, as you can see there. So yes, a big fight out there. We can see, so Pia Young-Wik came in ahead of Venla from Tampere Printo, then Teresa Ritoria from Cynthia Veskala, Vendela Söderqvist from Okakura, and then Amanda Klein from Verstead Italia Nick Van, and it was Anu Tuomisto losing out in that big sprint at the end.
This looks like Helsingin Unistead.
Yeah, but I'm trying to see. Yes, there we go. Eli Punto Passing Sinistayats. Next one to come in towards the finish. Vestovics we're looking out for as well. This is leading her. And
there's
Veronika
a fight
Kalinina
for the next spot here.
Yeah, Vestovics. So Auna's Norgård was just overtaken there by Veronika Kalinina from leading her. The Russian runner, obviously not allowed to compete internationally. I think I heard a rumour that she's trying to get Swedish citizenship. Lived in Stockholm for a long time. Eli Punto just having some fun on the run in there, taking in the applause, looking up to the big screen to have a little wave at the cameras in for 14th place, so maintaining their position. Handing in the map there, and then as you said, we're looking for
There's 3 teams here. Igtisa is also in the fight.
Yeah, Igtisa, Ludinger and Vestovics all in the fight here. Can they get the 15th spot? A shame for Vestovics with mistakes then in kind of on the last part of their race. They were right up there early on. That's Nika Kalinina, then Igtisa. Punching in the finish, Elsa Kuza. And then finally for Vestovics, Anders Norgård cracked the Danish runner. So we have the whole of Göteborg team here, but we've got Sanna Fast who can hear us on the headset there. Sanna, great job for you today. And yeah, I guess you had to start out quite quickly.
Yeah,
to try and catch up.
yeah, it was a really tough race, and it was super tricky out there today. So, and I didn't see anyone until I saw Elisa, so I had no idea how it was going. So it was a tough mental game out there today.
Yeah, what was it like when you caught her after that long leg?
Yeah, we made a bit of a mistake just at the control. So after then we had to just like take a restart and then just keep going. But it was a few tricky controls after that one as well. So yeah, I just had to take one control at a time and then push a bit in the end.
Yeah, and do you find it more stressful being chased or doing the chasing then?
Yeah, I mean, both are quite stressful, but it's nice to be, I think it's more nice to be chasing than to be chased.
Yeah, and obviously you've got your team standing there next to you, a great team performance.
Yeah.
You know, what do you have to say about the strengths of all the women you're standing next to as well?
Yeah, it's I'm just so happy to do it together with these girls. Yeah, it was an amazing day.
Yeah, well, congratulations to the whole team as well, and well done. We will keep seeing more teams in. Well done on taking the win yet again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, we will leave that team to go because they've got lots and lots of interviews to do, everything like that, as the second team just finishes there in 19th place. And yeah, it was great to see that whole team taking the win and seeing them on the picture, but hearing from Sanna Fast there.
Yeah, and now we also have their second team in, and they're 15 minutes behind, a bit more than last year, but we remember that they're missing some of their top runners, so this is the best second team in the relay. Really nice job for them again, and shows how good this and how wide the strength is of this club, and they're doing the right things to have so many runners being this fast, and winning the relay is the best result of all, of course.
I mean, I wonder whether they would have felt a little bit more nervous knowing they haven't got Simona Abersol because she's out doing altitude training. You know, there's Sara Hagström. Oh no, she was injured previously. She just had a baby. There's a few top runners that they haven't got. I wonder if they would have been feeling a bit nervous as a team.
Exactly,
you know?
and they had like the first time for Kjellvik-Lefven sisters being on the top position. So surely it should be a bit of a different position for them to run in the lead of the relay.
Hey, what scenes there here. Punching the air for this team. Is this a second Line team?
I believe so, yes.
And this is the best running I've seen. This is just like the...
Susan Lesch really enjoying the final meters.
The German runner, like... She must have had so many people cheering her on there along the run-in, and that's the joy of orienteering. That just made me feel so happy there.
And it's the second teams rolling in from the big clubs now. Now next is Kalevarasti's second team.
Yeah, Mia Nittinen coming in there. Just trying to get my...
I mean, this is also quite a fight between the big clubs who gets the best second team, and it was a quite tight fight this year. It was 3 second teams within almost within 2 minutes here, so nice job from these clubs.
Yeah, Selina Sandvald there. That's Tisarin into 23rd. And I've got Nydalens second team coming in. Gothenburg Miners second team coming in. Got a few. We've got Caroline Olsen should be here next for Järla. Looking out for her on the run-in as well. So, I mean, yeah, 23 teams in, and we're now 17 minutes past having IFK Gothenburg finishing their total time 3 hours 32 minutes and 14 seconds. What's your overall thoughts then about the relay and how it's played out today?
I think we saw that runners had the kind of challenges that we were expecting. Once you lose focus and you're not quite sure which way you're going, if it's a forward control, then we saw some mistakes in those places. Also, when the visibility dropped, then we saw mistakes. I mean, we were kind of expecting IFK Göteborg to be among the main favorites. We also mentioned Kalevan-Rasti. Maybe Nydalens was one thing that we didn't mention before, but we know here's their second team coming in also, so they have a really strong bunch of runners. They didn't have the good last leg runners before, but now it feels like Victoria Hestad Björnsson has really lifted her forest shape also, and the top 3, not a very big surprise. Then maybe Paimon Rasti and fourth, that was a bigger surprise, and the rest of the top 10 is kind of what we're expecting, but we saw really nice orienteering on a really good map. It's different kind of challenges every year in Jukkola and Venla relay, and this year we were in Kotka with this kind of challenges, and I think we had some power outages, but yes. Apart from that, I think the runners out in the forest, they haven't even noticed this, so I think orienteering wise it's been a really nice relay and fun challenges for all of those runners out there.
Yeah, we've had some nice feedback, haven't we, from the runners when we've spoken to them afterwards, you know, and Holly Orr comes in here at the finish, and yeah, it's good to hear that they've found it rewarding and challenging. There's nothing worse than going out and running an easy relay, you know?
Yeah, exactly, and I think maybe some of the controls could look easy on the map, but then once you're out in the forest, you will have some challenges from the varying terrain, that the visibility really changes a lot throughout all the relay legs, and also the runnability. Some areas are really rocky, and then it's physically tough to get through those sections of the terrain.
So Ratiko, they're into 28th place. So still super wet in this arena. Forest getting nice and damp, and lots of people out there with their umbrellas will be taking shelter in the various marquees we've got out here as well, and waiting. Of course, it's still quite a few hours then before we will go for the Jukkola relay. As we can see, Gothenburg Miners, this is a second team coming in towards the finish here, and those runners running Jukkola later, will they have been here in the arena? Will they have maybe been watching from home? What are they generally doing at this time?
I think it's nice to get an overview of the arena and a bit of the atmosphere here, but I think considering the rainy weather, I think most of the men running later would have stayed at home or in their cottages, but having a close look whenever there's GPS and maps shown from the Venla relay. Of course, we know the competition center will be the same, and partly also the train will be the same, but there's other course setters and a bit of differing challenges then when the night falls, and it's time for the Jukola relay.
Yeah, and actually, of course, many of the women here as well will choose to run in Jukola. They want the challenge. It's kind of, I mean, maybe probably not the top runners because they don't want to be running overnight and, you know, will impact their training and preparations for the World Champs. But we still see loads of women running in Jukola as well, of course.
Yes, I think that's, now they've done their serious part of the weekend, and then all the women still going out in the night. It's a totally different kind of challenge, and you might not even recognize yourself even if you'd be running through the same patch of forest, because it's night, and if it continues raining, it will be a really dark night.
Yeah, it really will be really tricky for all of the athletes. This is Lynx coming in here. This is 32nd.
Very nice job, Lynx and Salaiso Herranen.
Absolutely in there for 32nd, 22 minutes behind now. So I think we will leave you guys with seeing some of the pictures from the arena here, from the finish line, to see more of the teams in. Ultimately, the final results say it all. IFK Gothenburg with yet another win here at Venla. A minute in the end, it was ahead of Calvin Rasti, Elisa Maslow, still putting in a great job on the third and final leg, but Monika Taney for me was just outstanding on the third leg. And then, of course, we saw Netherlands in for third, Pammin Rasti a surprise fourth, and Oke Linné with Pia Youngvik, a very strong end for her, bringing their team up into fifth. And we can drop down, as we mentioned, seeing some of the second teams, some of the bigger names as well, like Caroline Olsen, things like that, into those teams. This is IFK Mora, Jannica Mikes in here with a little bit of a sprint finish with, I think that's Ekfer there. But Morten and I are going to go and take a break, because we will need to get some sustenance in, ready for the long night. It's going to be your first time broadcasting the long night. You've run how many Jukolas?
I think I have 22nd Jukolas finished on my belt so far. So
I'm sure we'll rack your memory and we'll ask you about some of those stories throughout the long night. But we'll leave you with some pictures now. We hope you've enjoyed what was a bit of an interrupted broadcast with some power outages, but we hope you've enjoyed the racing today, and more to come throughout the night as well. So we'll be back in a few hours. 11 p.m. local time is when we will have the start of the Jukola relay, and do not miss it. We'll see you then.
Thank you. See you soon.